From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I'm like Creamy Man, Manjado. I only wear Prado, so bougie. Happy New Year, everybody. I hope that 2026 is off to a decent start for you. It certainly has started out with a bang in the Western Hemisphere, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But first, let's say hello to everybody checking in here. Reptane, hello, hello. Nocturnal Nomad, hello to you as well. Angel Rose, good to see you. And Phalanx, welcome in. Woot, comms outage at work. It happens, you know. But hey, I guess that means you can kind of get paid to slack off a bit. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, if the comms are out. Anyways, welcome everybody. We're going to be doing another Community React stream. Last one went rather well, and I've still got a metric fuck ton of tabs that need to be cleared out. So, you know what? Let's make it a team effort, and let's react to some fun things. But first things first, switch over our windows here. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the news that has been breaking overnight and into the early morning here on the first weekend of 2026. Let me get window capture up and running here. Right, so in case you're just waking up and it's a complete shock to you, yeah, there was a military strike by U.S. Delta Force overnight, early this morning. U.S. force captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife amid indictments for narco-terrorism, prompting the American President Donald Trump to declare that the U.S. will manage the country until a safe transition from socialist rule. He also plans for American oil companies to rebuild Venezuela's vast but neglected energy sector, invoking an updated Monroe Doctrine called the Donroe Doctrine for stronger U.S. influence in the hemisphere. Supporters are celebrating the move as liberation. Crowds in Caracas are shouting Libertad. Meanwhile, Democrats, international leaders, and other various motley crews of losers are raising alarms over bypassing Congress and risking regional escalation, but he's got the power to do that. He can perform certain military, he can authorize certain military operations for like 30, 60, 90 days, something to that effect. So, and this took, what, short span of a couple of hours? So, yeah, I think he's well within his power here. Yeah, I can't do anything, so waiting. That's all you can do, is hurry up and wait. Well, yeah, this was the talk of the Twitter sphere all this morning. A couple of good ones coming out. Well, yeah, we got the video. Donald Trump talking first exclusively to Fox News. Let's have a look at this short clip here. We'll unmute the browser audio for this. And get that at a decent level. Here we go. Once the orangutan actually hits action.
Can you tell us where Maduro and his wife are right this second?
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also...
So are they taken to a ship first, and then...
Yes, to Iwo Jima. They were on a ship.
Yeah, they were both nicked in their pajamas, and we had a photo get spread around of him in a tracksuit later on. Finally found him a tracksuit, and yeah, he's now, both him and the missus are now aboard the USS Iwo Jima, and it is sailing for New York State.
Okay.
But they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that. They killed a lot of people. And
A lot of Americans.
Even people even people in their own country. They killed a lot of people to maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
Can you tell us where
Okay, it's looping back again. Can't tell if I might see them or not because I'm in New York. I believe they are being taken to a military prison facility. I almost wanted to say Orange something, New York. Maybe, I don't know if New York has an Orange County. But yeah, they're not being taken to New York City. They're being taken to some sort of prison or holding facility. I believe it's supposed to be located in an Orange County, New York, or something like that. Don't know where that is, if it's upstate or... I have no idea. Orangeburg, and we do have an Orange County. Okay, I think it might be... It's one of those two. I can't quite remember. Well, yeah. The president's saying the United States is going to be very strongly involved in Venezuela's oil industry in the wake of the regime change operation to capture Maduro. A couple of things I tweeted out, some thoughts about this. The oil has always been the real reason. We shouldn't pretend it was anything otherwise. Deposing a communist government is just sauce for the goose. But hey, it sounds like everybody's getting a little bit of what they want. Let me see here. Oh. We also learned that in the process of taking out certain strategic military targets, the mausoleum of dictator Hugo Chavez has been bombed, where his remains were interred. So the mausoleum has been destroyed. Whale psychiatrist tweeting, "Bro really captured Maduro while we were sleeping and cremated Chavez for good measure on the way out." It's almost the way when Charles II ascended to the throne. Some royalists actually dug up the remains of Oliver Cromwell and executed his corpse for a second time. But yeah, I think the joke of me was quite appropriate there. It was like about sending a message. Asmongold chiming in on the happenings this morning. After the absolute blowout in Venezuela and previously with Iran, it becomes increasingly clear that the 20-year war in the Middle East was by design. And he's right. It was a peace without victory conflict designed just to enrich the military-industrial complex in certain other Middle Eastern countries. It was almost like this shittier version of the Middle East stage from Metal Gear Solid 4, but you don't get the geckos and the octo-camo and the solid eye. And unfortunately, too many good men and women were left injured, scarred, and dead, all to make a bunch of rich globalists and rootless cosmopolitans even richer. And those same rich globalists and rootless cosmopolitans, who are already rich in their own right, will probably get even richer off of the involvement and takeover of Venezuelan oil reserves by the Americans. But, I mean, at least it's one less communist shithole in the world, so we can take some solace in that. Interesting article on MSN. Let me make sure it doesn't try to dox me here. Hang on. Are you going to try and dox me? No? Maybe? Yes, you are. It appears that you are trying to do this. Huh. Just a moment, chat. I've got MSN and the Daily Telegraph trying to dox my location on the webpage, and I don't want that. There we go. Okay, that's better. Through the magic of a bit of jiggery-pokery, I managed to avoid doxing myself. Let's see. This is from the Daily Telegraph via MSN. Headline, removing Maduro was the easy part. Trump's true test will come next. This is from Daniel De Petris writing in the Telegraph. Thursday, January 2nd, Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro gave an interview and stated outright he was willing to negotiate with the United States on the issue of drug trafficking. President Trump's answer came back about 24 hours later. We have nothing to negotiate about. So he was just bullshitting. Ever since the Trump administration began striking drug boats off the Venezuelan coast in early September and seizing several Venezuelan oil tankers in December, there was always this lingering question about what Trump's ultimate aim was. After all, there was a time not so long ago when Trump dispatched one of his envoys, Richard Grenell, to Caracas to negotiate with Maduro over everything from American prisoner releases to possible energy deals. Trump himself had a phone call with Maduro in November where he reportedly requested the Venezuelans' resignation. There was speculation both inside Trump's MAGA base, as well as by foreign policy analysts more broadly, about whether Trump's saber-rattling was merely a tactic to get Maduro to concede or a prelude to a wide-ranging military campaign. Whatever the case, the fundamental question, how far Trump is willing to go, has been solved. The U.S. airstrikes on multiple Venezuelan military facilities in the dead of night, as well as the successful capture of Maduro and his wife by U.S. Special Operations Forces inside the country, is nothing short of an immense tactical achievement by the president. As far as we can tell, the U.S. operation went as smoothly as one could expect. At the time of writing, Maduro is now being flown out of the country and will likely stand trial in a U.S. courtroom for a variety of narco-terrorism charges that U.S. prosecutors have levied against him. If Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega was still alive today, he'd be having flashbacks right now. I saw something interesting. Noriega, I believe, was deposed back in 1990. And so it was on the same day, over 30 years ago. So almost to the day, we've had the deposing of two different Central American dictators. First being Panama's Manuel Noriega, and then the other one, today, Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. Rather interesting, the way history sometimes repeats, sometimes rhymes. That sort of thing. Hariki Tsukio, welcome in. Lord, I'm so happy. What a good day. Yeah, you know what? It's a pretty good day. For the West, for the United States in particular, not too bad. First take the oil, then the government, so you have your scapegoat. Oh, I suppose there's one way to do it. Makes more sense why they took the oil, exactly. Young men fighting old people's disagreements. Yeah, something to that effect. Let's see. Tactical achievements, however, don't always translate into strategic success. There's a lot we don't know in these early hours, including whether Maduro's entire regime will eventually come tumbling down, and how involved the United States will be in a post-Maduro Venezuela. Well, we do know they're going to be rather heavily involved. They're going to be managing, the United States will be managing who does and who does not get to purchase oil, which means that's something that they can hang over the heads of the Chinese, who were buying a lot of their oil from Venezuela. And they were doing it in the Chinese yuan renminbi, their native currency, rather than in the petrodollar. So, a bit of leverage that we now have over the Chinese. I mean, it would make sense. Lurking from shadows, but wish you a good stream. Hello, Ray Idol. Welcome in. And so far, it seems that the people are celebrating. I do want to let me go through some bookmarks here. Let's see. Where did I have that? Here we go. There's a bit of celebration going on.
Muchos años esperando esta pronta libertad, que todavía, bueno, pero por lo menos estamos saliendo de una de las peores ratas de Venezuela.
Gracias al gobierno de Trump por esta libertad que nos está brindando. De alguna manera se convierte junto a Edmundo González y a María Corina Machado en los libertadores de Venezuela.
Esto es algo que no sé cómo explicarlo, o sea, es una emoción.
No. Unfortunately, we don't have any translations available as far as what they're saying, but I think we get the gist of it. Even if a lot of us no habla español, we, I think, translating into Inglés, it would appear that they're a rather happy lot today, seeing that Maduro is gone. Also, I'm seeing those tabs. Holy hell, they did double into. They did. Unfortunately, but we'll try and close out as many as we can. I may just have to force close a lot of them before long, because I don't know if I'm ever going to get to some of these. Also, to translate, they're basically thanking the president for overthrowing the Venezuelan president, giving hope for Venezuela. I see. Okay, well, thank you for that, Angel Rose. Thank you. Let's see. This one from Melissa Tate. For all the folks wringing their hands in the fake moral outrage over President Trump's action on Maduro, you have zero understanding of the geopolitical significance for this action, for not just Venezuela, but from Western civilization. Let this particular Venezuelan educate you. Let's see what this chap has to say.
Okay. As a Venezuelan American, I got some
His name
shit
is Rafael.
My family, my parents, my sister, my extended family, all lost everything. Their work, their savings, their investments, gone.
Luckily, I speak Spanish.
Wiped out
yes.
by a narco-dictatorship that has held Venezuela in a death grip for over 25 years. And what happened to my family has happened to millions, and yes, millions. The Venezuelan exodus is the second largest displacement crisis on earth after Syria. This is not just a tragedy. It is one of the great humanitarian disasters of our time. But the suffering doesn't end there. This regime has jailed hundreds of political prisoners.
As they do,
Thousands
they are communists.
have been murdered simply for speaking out. More than
That's true. They've had their share of protests in the streets, and I think each time the police and the military have been deployed, and they did open fire on the protesters.
third of the population has fled. 1/3. Not for better opportunity.
You know, it's pretty bad when a third of your population decides, nah, I'm gonna dip. See ya.
These are for the American dream, but to survive, to live, because staying often means death. And while the world may see Venezuela as a collapsed state, what it is in reality is an occupied one. Our territory, our natural resources, and our institutions have been overrun by hostile foreign powers. Iranian militias, Chinese corporations, Russian intelligence, all exploiting our country with impunity.
It's kind of swapping out at this point. Instead of the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians, now you've got the Americans taking over. So it's sort of a pick your poison. Which do you want? Do you want the Americans, or do you want the Russian, Chinese, Iranian cartel?
Venezuela is no longer just a local crisis. It is now a geopolitical threat that endangers the entire Western Hemisphere. It has become a launch pad for an authoritarian expansion in the Americas. And in the midst of all of this, one woman has dared to lead the charge for freedom. Maria Corina Machado.
This was, I believe, the lady who won the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to President Trump. Interesting fact, Venezuela used to own Colombia and Ecuador until both gained their independence. I did not know that. That is interesting. And speaking of Colombia, I think I had a tab. Oh, this was the old Brown University story. Yes. Something about... Oh, yes, yes. Trump on Colombia's president. He has factories where he makes cocaine. He does have to watch his ass.
Simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is about that? Well,
he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass. Simple.
The Americans basically saying, yeah, you lot down there, we're done with your shit. Stop making cocaine. I say as I'm Colombian, well, my dad is born and raised in Colombia. Oh yes, that's right. I think I remember you mentioning you're at least part Colombian. Anyways, let's get back to the article here. Let's see. Tactical achievements don't always translate into strategic success. We read that bit already. We don't know whether Maduro's entire regime will eventually come tumbling down. We do know how involved the United States will be in a post-Maduro Venezuela. Yeah, we are still waiting for the rest of the regime to finally start sort of folding up and either attempting to flee or just surrendering. Indeed, if the goal of Maduro's removal was to cause so much chaos, fear, and consternation in Caracas that Maduro's inner circle would choose to vacate their seats and barter for a comfortable exile, it appears to have failed for the time being. Honestly, based response from Trump. Indeed, indeed. Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez was on the airwaves shortly after Maduro's capture, railing against Washington for an unjust attack. Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, one of Maduro's most trusted advisors, is demanding the Americans prove that Maduro is still alive. They did that already. About a quarter of a century later, it doesn't sound like Chavismo is about to fall apart. Well, for the moment, but that could change in maybe as little as 24 hours. There's also a high degree of irony that the first regime change operation in Latin America in more than 3 decades was carried out by Donald Trump, a man who fancies himself as the anti-regime change president. The phrase regime change is a dirty one for the vast majority of Americans, as well as it should be. Overthrowing governments we don't like and replacing them with ones we do rarely works out as the planners intend. See Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya as the 3 most recent case studies. And even when they do, the aftershocks can last for generations. The 1954 US-organized coup in Guatemala was one of the Central Intelligence Agency's crowning moments during the Cold War era, and yet the move helped pave the way for 3 decades of civil war that devastated the small Central American country. No one is going to shed a tear now that Maduro is gone. He was a terrible administrator. He's responsible for the arrest of countless political prisoners. He stole last year's presidential election and ran the Venezuelan economy into the ground. But in effectively greenlighting regime change, Trump opens a Pandora's box. While Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado and her supporters continue to assert that a democratic government in waiting is ready to step into the void and turn Venezuela into a pro-Western petro-state, this is the absolute best-case scenario on offer. Other contingencies include everything from a split in the Venezuelan army and the expansion of criminal groups to civil war and even worse, political dysfunction. When the shock of the US snatch and grab wears off, people would eventually have to grapple with all of this, most immediately the Venezuelan people themselves. As we've seen, most people are fairly happy with what has transpired. Let me see here. I think there was another video. Yeah, here's a good one right here. Snackle Fox, welcome in. The poster being rolled down almost echoes the toppling of the Saddam Hussein statue, doesn't it? So if the people are any indicator, they're rather happy with all of this, and it does appear that the remnants of the Maduro regime have lost their mandate to govern. So their authority likely not to be recognized by the people going forward. Let me see here. Baby Blue tweeting, thank God we're going back to empires and colonies because the liberal world order of globalism was a failed project and did more harm than good. Sargon Makad tweeting, yes, it's more honest to speak of empires and protectorates. The liberal fictions never existed, and it's better to just do away with lies. Yeah, that's the whole thing with globalism, the whole globalist American empire, that sort of thing. It was always just these sort of mealy-mouthed euphemisms, very weak-willed sort of things, just bending over backward to not call themselves empires and protectorates, which is what they really were. It's just nobody wanted to say that because everybody felt guilty about, World War II and previous wars and, more colonialism, more imperialism, and a whole lot of unnecessary white guilt that nobody really had the balls to call anything an empire anymore. Which is what it really was to begin with. It's like, we might as well just start calling it a fucking empire. Let's see, Matthew Chang tweeting, can't wait to learn about the details of this one. My guess is a sizable portion of the security detail and military were cooperating for this to go off. That is possible. That is possible. It seems like a lot of doors were left unlocked, or open, proverbial doors, as it were. And this does seem to have the blessing of the globalists to happen. It's like they wanted some sort of regime change operation, and Trump was sort of responding, best I can do is taking out Maduro in Venezuela. They're like, yeah, all right, I can live with that. What I do know, historically, Venezuela produced the finest engineers in Latin America. Obviously, they came to a grinding halt as brainpower fled the country. Last visit to the country was 2009. The infrastructure was already starting to crumble. I imagine it's all fallen apart by now. And of course, American oil companies had vast assets in the country, which I'm sure they'll want back, and investments will be pouring in to return the oil industry to previous peak production. Expect all Latin American leaders to be on their best behavior, save the Supreme Court of Brazil. Well, especially that one bald Supreme Court justice in Brazil who fancies himself as some sort of Bond villain or something like that. All it takes is a couple of CIA operatives or a few members of Delta Force sneak into his house at night and just 3 to the head, 2 to the chest with some silenced rifles or pistols. Hey, presto. Problem solved. Also sends a message, don't fuck with us. Which, honestly, at this rate, I don't think anybody would, in Brazil or the United States or anywhere else, I don't think they would, I don't think they really bat an eye if something like that happened. I certainly wouldn't. Let's see, Sightbringer. This is a structural rupture. The United States has just crossed a threshold that rewrites the implied global rule set. A sitting U.S. president has announced the capture of a foreign head of state. The operation occurred without multinational authorization during a non-declared war with open admission of regime removal. Markets, global actors, adversaries are now forced to reprice not just Venezuela risk, but U.S. unpredictability, military reach, and political will. Core structural implications. This was not a proxy war, it was a global deterrence recalibration, a direct kinetic strike with surgical decapitation intent, sending an asymmetric signal to Iran, North Korea, Russia regarding Latin American alliances, and BRIC nations running alternative monetary rails. 2. U.S. sovereign dominance signal. This confirms the U.S. still operates as a rogue hegemon when it chooses. Institutions are bypassed. International law is optional. It always was. Narrative control is reclaimed through direct action. Latin American alignment cascade. Every Latin American government now has to reassess their security guarantees, their exposure to dollar-based retaliation, and their internal political risk if they lean toward authoritarian entrenchment. There's also energy and FX volatility ignition, oil markets, dollar flows, EM credit risk all just got repriced, especially Venezuelan oil assets. We don't know if they're going to be seized, privatized, or what. Let's see, sovereign CDS across LATAM, petrodollar versus petro-yuan narratives. I've got something about that I want to take a look at in just a moment. Bitcoin, gold, non-sovereign assets gain narrative strength. Not necessarily price reaction yet, but the meta-narrative is now, if the US is willing to strike a sovereign and remove a president unilaterally, what is truly safe? This will not ignite BTC directly, but it adds to the stored narrative ignition pressure that accumulates reflexively. Temporal compression of risk markets must now price what Trump is willing to do next, how adversaries retaliate, and what line no longer exists. This shortens the perceived window of global stability. The final verdict? A global signal that the US has reactivated its hard power playbook and is broadcasting regime override capability during a peak multipolar fragmentation phase. We are in reflexive phase shift territory. History just accelerated. Damien Damore, hello, hello, how are you? Can't wait for the day Lula and Alexandra de Moraes lose everything. Here, here. Let me see. I had some other... here's the one that I wanted to... talk about. The real reason the US is invading Venezuela goes back to a deal Henry Kissinger made with Saudi Arabia in 1974. And I'm going to explain why this is actually about the survival of the US dollar itself, not drugs, not terrorism, not democracy. This is about the petrodollar system that has kept America the dominant economic power for 50 years. Venezuela just threatened to end it. Here's what really just happened. Venezuela has 303 billion barrels of proven oil reserves. That's a lot of petro. It's the largest on Earth, more than Saudi Arabia. It's 20% of the entire world's oil. But here's the part that matters. Venezuela was actively selling that oil in Chinese yuan, not dollars. And that right there is their fatal mistake. In 2018, Venezuela announced it would free itself from the dollar. They started accepting yuan, euros, rubles, anything but dollars for oil. They were petitioning to join BRICS. They were building direct payment channels with China that bypassed SWIFT entirely. And they were sitting on enough oil to fund de-dollarization for decades. Why does this matter? Because the entire American financial system is built upon one thing, the petrodollar. In 1974, Henry Kissinger made a deal with Saudi Arabia. All oil sold globally must be priced in US dollars. In exchange, America provides military protection. This single agreement created artificial demand for dollars worldwide. Every country on Earth needs dollars to buy oil. This lets America print unlimited money while other countries work for it. It funds the military, the welfare state, the deficit spending. The petrodollar is more important to US hegemony than aircraft carriers. And here's a pattern of what happens to leaders who dare to challenge it. 2000, Saddam Hussein announces Iraq will sell oil in euros instead of dollars. 2003, Iraq invaded. Regime change. Iraq's oil immediately switched back to dollars. Saddam Hussein is lynched. The WMDs were never found because they never existed. Or if they did exist, they were moved to other countries like Syria. 2009, Gaddafi proposes a gold-backed African currency called the gold dinar for oil trade. Hillary Clinton's own leaked emails confirmed this was the primary reason for intervention. Email quote, "This gold was intended to establish a pan-African currency based on the Libyan golden dinar." 2011, NATO bombs Libya. Gaddafi is sodomized and murdered. Libya now has open slave markets. "We came, we saw, he died," Clinton cackled on camera. The gold dinar died with him. And now Maduro, with 5 times more oil than Saddam and Gaddafi combined, actively selling in yuan. building payment systems outside dollar control, petitioning to join BRICS, partnered with China, Russia, and Iran, the three countries leading global de-dollarization. This is not a coincidence. Challenge the petrodollar, get regime changed. Every single time. Stephen Miller, the United States Homeland Security Advisor, literally said it out loud 2 weeks ago. American sweat, ingenuity, and toil created the oil industry in Venezuela. Its tyrannical expropriation was the largest recorded theft of American wealth and property. He's not hiding it. They are claiming Venezuelan oil belongs to America because U.S. companies developed it 100 years ago. By this logic, every nationalized resource in history was theft. Well, logic doesn't really have anything to do with it. It's more protecting American interests. But here's the deeper problem. The petrodollar's already dying. Russia sells oil in rubles and yuan since Ukraine. Saudi Arabia is openly discussing yuan settlements. Iran has been trading in non-dollar currencies for years. China built SIPs, their own alternative to SWIFT, with 4,800 banks in 185 countries. BRICS is actively buying payment systems that bypass the dollar entirely. The M-Bridge project lets central banks settle trades instantly in local currencies. Venezuela joining BRICS with 303 billion barrels of oil would accelerate this exponentially. That's what this invasion is really about. Not stopping drugs. Venezuela accounts for less than 1% of US cocaine. Not terrorism. There's zero evidence Maduro runs a terror organization, though it wouldn't surprise anyone. Not democracy. The US supports Saudi Arabia, which has zero elections. Well, I mean, it's an absolute monarchy. What do you expect? This is about maintaining a 50-year-old agreement that lets America print money while the world works for it. The consequences are terrifying. Russia, China, Iran already are denouncing this as armed aggression. China is Venezuela's biggest oil customer. They're losing billions. BRICS nations are watching a country get invaded for trading outside the dollar. Every nation considering de-dollarization just got the message, challenge the dollar and we will bomb you. But here's the problem. That message might accelerate de-dollarization, not stop it. Because now every country in the global south knows what happens if you threaten dollar hegemony, and they're realizing the only protection is to move faster. The timing is insane too. January 3rd, 2026, Venezuela invaded, Maduro captured. January 3rd, 1990, Panama invaded, Noriega captured. 36 years apart, almost to the day. Same playbook, same drug trafficking excuse, same real reason, control of strategic resources and trade routes. History doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. What happens next? Trump's press conference at Mar-a-Lago sets the narrative. US oil companies are already lined up. Politico reported they've been approached about returning to Venezuela. The opposition will be installed. Oil will flow in dollars again. Venezuela becomes another Iraq, another Libya. Only maybe a better outcome this time? Less shit? Who knows? But here's what no one's asking. What happens when you can no longer bomb your way to dollar dominance? When China has enough economic leverage to retaliate? Don't know if they ever will, to be honest. When BRICS controls 40% of global GDP and says no more dollars? When the world realizes the petrodollar is maintained by violence? I mean, it always was. Anyone who was pretending otherwise, they were deluding themselves. I'm well just getting ready to tackle the path of pain and Hollow Knight. Best of luck to you. America just showed its hand. The question is whether the rest of the world folds or calls the bluff. Most of the rest of the world are probably going to fold. Because they don't want to get the shit bombed out of them. Because this invasion is an admission that the dollar can no longer compete on its own merits. When you have to bomb countries to keep them using your currency, the currency is already dying. Venezuela is not the beginning, it is the desperate end. Let me see, there were a few other things about this, and then I think we can move on. Oh, yes. Congressman Jim McGovern tweeting out, without authorization from Congress, with the vast majority of Americans opposed to military action, Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. He says we don't have enough money for healthcare for Americans, but somehow we have unlimited funds for war. To which Data Republican replied, right, because the responsible path would have been to funnel billions quietly and indefinitely through Freedom House, the Open Society, the National Endowment for Democracy, the RAND Corporation, RTI, and the rest buy the media, subsidize the protesters, pick a colour scheme, slap a name like Daisy Revolution on it, and drag the process out for years. Eventually, Maduro exits as equally corrupt, but pro-Western successor takes over, everyone involved declares victory, and 2 years later it's still a communist dictatorship. Just a familiar regime change theatre that congratulates itself for procedure while delivering the same non-existent outcome. Your new world order is over. Keep crying. But yeah, I think we just saw the proper way to do it. Chat. Don't talk about it. Just do it. Tell us about it afterwards. And as we've seen, it's energized supporters, and it's left critics looking and sounding completely impotent. Anyway, that's a big thing that's been happening overnight in the world. And I think on that note, we're good to jump into our stream VC. And any of you who are part of the Castle Rexworth Discord who wish to join, you're more than welcome to. There's going to be a community react to. Now we've got the serious stuff out of the way, we can start talking about some more fun things. Things related to travel, to cars, to other cool things. So, I'm there in the Stream VC Discord right now. And those of you who are part of the Castle Rexworth Discord, you are free to pop in as well. Let me just make sure I've got the Discord collab overlay set up properly. There we go. All right, lovely. And whilst we wait for people to join in, an interesting video got put out by Think Before You Sleep. I don't know if any of you have been following the what's happened between Chris Broad and Oriental Pearl. We talked a bit about it. We even reacted to Think Before You Sleep's first video. But it seems like there's more to the story that has developed a bit. And it appears that that politics is playing a part in this. So let's take a look.
If you are a large content creator, both literally and metaphorically, you should be willing to accept a degree of scrutiny. I know I do. Every time I release a video, people attack me for various things.
Sounds good. I'm glad Chris is so open to criticism. For those of you who don't know, there's been a little drama going on in the Japan YouTuber space between Oriental Pearl and the owner of probably the biggest foreigner in Japan YouTube channel, Chris Broad. The whole thing has been shocking because previously I was a longtime fan of Chris. He seems like a genuine good guy who is fun to watch. But what I've ended up finding out while watching this whole event unfold is that Chris is kind of a petty sociopath who is probably guilty of at least 2 different crimes.
Sociopath is a fairly dramatic way to put it, but it appears that a lot of his success may have gone to his head. By the way, chat, still getting over some allergies, so if there's an awkward pause, it is to blow my nose. But yeah, incredible to watch someone I admired and respected so much. Even found his filmmaking rather inspiring, and he decides to do something so terribly irresponsible that really cast him in quite a negative light. It's sort of behavior that you would expect from scum-sucking parasites at the BBC, and not from someone I thought was an independent content creator like Chris Broad. But here we are. Defamation is very different in Japan than in the USA, yes, and that's been some of the things that they've been grappling with. I think Legal Mindset has chimed in on this. It's possible there might be a bit of a case. Trouble is, neither Chris Broad nor Oriental Pearl are citizens of Japan. I think they might both at this point be permanent residents. But even then, I think Japanese courts are going to be a bit loath to want to touch this sort of thing. They're more interested in the best interest of citizens. And neither Oriental Pearl nor Chris Broad are citizens of Japan. And from what we're going to hear, it sounds like Chris Broad's got a long way to go before he has any hope of wanting to be a Japanese citizen.
If you want the full story, then you can watch this video here that I made, but for the people who haven't seen it yet, let's do a quick recap of the stuff that's happened that's related to this video. This whole thing started out when Oriental Pearl, or Alyssa, made a video called What is Happening to Japan, where she tries to bring awareness to problems like graffiti, homelessness, and a popular news story in Japan about teenagers who are runaways from abusive homes.
The graffiti just seems to be getting worse. I've seen this over...
Yeah, and all anybody focused in on was the graffiti, not the homelessness. Nobody seems to give a shit about the homelessness, which is quite telling of people's priorities.
The last few years. The city actually did come and repaint this whole bridge because it looked like that green wall before. But as you see, it's already back.
Kristen.
Yeah, we reacted to all of this before, and it's disgusting. And it's, as I said in the previous react, which is up on the YouTube and the Rumble channel right now if you want to go check it out for yourself. This cannot go on. There was another picture posted somewhere. I didn't save it or anything. Showing what appeared to be two vending machines that are being vandalized with their the portion that accepts coins. It looks like they were just pried off or blasted open or something like that. It was just a brazen attempt at stealing a lot of loose change from vending machines. And someone, I think in the Eurosphere, tweeted out, "You've got maybe 2 years to respond to this with drastic, immediate action before the whole thing spirals out of control." So, I don't know. And for all we know, that photo could have been created by AI. There could be some missing context to the photograph. But, yeah, it's a rather jarring image. It's sort of like how smash and grab robbers will smash a car or a truck into a storefront just to grab the ATM, throw it in the back, and screech off with it.
Didn't like this video, so he went onto Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, the YouTube community tab, and Alyssa's comment section to air out his grievances and to be an apologist for criminals, to which I'm sure the Japanese people are just super happy about. In response, Alyssa posted on Facebook and made a video asking Chris to remove the comments, which, as I said in the prior video, I can see why.
Yeah, this asking him to take it down, I think that was a mistake.
why she asked him to do that, but I think it was a bad move because it looks a lot like censoring critics. Next, the most egregious part, Chris releases this video here where he does such bad research on homelessness that I can only assume that it was intentional to minimize how much of an issue it is in Japan.
The area is also synonymous with Tokyo's homeless population as far back as 2003, which, according to the statistics, is thankfully going down. And if you walk around there today, compared to 10 years ago, there are far less homeless people.
This is wrong. The article that he got these numbers from admits they are inaccurate right under the headline. Chris also takes Alyssa out of context numerous times, one of which where he's CNN-style or BBC-style editor to make it look like she's laughing at homeless people.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people.
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Under the guise of showing the real Japan.
What actually happened here is that Alyssa was being sexually harassed and was laughing uncomfortably after a guy offered to buy her for sex.
Context matters.
何買うんですか?
お前よ、バカ野郎、やるぞ一発。
No.
Ro just came out and said it. Welcome in, Angel Rose.
This is a rough area.
Hello.
Yeah. ちょっとやばい話です。
おい、こら。Small.
Yeah, bye, indeed.
大丈夫です。
Chris's edit of this moment very much looks like defamation, and in Japan, where they both live, defamation, I believe, is a criminal offense.
Abroad in Japan, you should be ashamed of yourself. You knew exactly what you were doing.
If you still have respect for the guy at this point, I question you.
And last, Chris has filmed a number of videos that look a lot like paid advertisements and hasn't exactly been transparent about being compensated in return for promoting companies like Japan Railways. In fact, it seems like in this one, he went out of his way to convince the audience that it wasn't an ad. This is a crime in America, and I'm not a Japanese lawyer, but I believe it's also a crime in Japan. Which
I can't remember if he made the disclaimer that it was being sponsored by Japan Railways. Which, if he forgot to put that in, that's a problem. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's a fine sponsor, Japan Railways. I'd love to have them as a sponsor myself. And it's fine to have sponsors, but you have to disclose. That's the thing that gets people a lot of times, is they forget they have to disclose these things. And there's really no point in keeping it a secret.
I was just about to say, isn't he sponsored by these people?
Yeah. I mean, he works for an agency that their big thing is to promote Japan tourism. And so, I mean, it makes sense that he would have sponsors like Japan Railways, but yeah, it's if he did not disclose that, that's a problem.
brings us back to Chris's video, What is Happening to Japan, where he has changed the pinned comment to respond to recent events. Now, this comment has been edited multiple times, but for the sake of authenticity, I'm going to use the original. Over the past couple of days, an onslaught of channels, many of whom appear to be friends of the creator in question, have criticized this video and myself. An onslaught of channels? Chris, go fuck yourself. Your video alone got like 10 times the exposure that our videos got, which, by the way, was just 4 creators, and this is not including the additional 2 or so million views of exposure that Chris got because of all the people who blindly agreed with him. To sit
he got Connor to come out in defense of him. I think he had Dogan doing that as well. Nick Petitas.
Oh God!
Rosso, welcome in. Oh yes, and there's the there's also this interesting note up here. Chris had his huge creator friends promote the video, and then asking the question of CDog VA here: are you still friends with a terrorist, Connor? Referring to Hassan Piker, who has been a guest not once, but at least twice on the Trash Taste podcast, and has also been on streams with Connor as they go on walkabouts and pub crawls in Tokyo.
You know, it says like how bad a person fucked up. If even Sea-Dog, who had a whole cafe in Japan at one point with Iron Mouse, asked something like that.
Yeah, he's not having a good time lately.
Sit here and call this an onslaught of channels against you and pretend that you're the victim here when you started this and you by yourself have way more influence than all of us combined is insane. Not to say that my channel is small, but Chris is friends with like PewDiePie and a ton of the most popular influencers on the internet. This is by no means a fair fight, and he is not the victim. I originally hoped to draw a line under the matter, but since a handful of viewers have asked for further context, I'm absolutely willing to elaborate. He's talking about me here. This comment was made in response to my video. Who else would he be talking about? He kept his mouth shut about this for over 3 weeks and conveniently had a response 2 or 3 days after my video released. But notice that just like how he blurred out Oriental Pearl's face and her channel name in his video, he did not cite any of the source material that he's talking about here in the pinned comment or let people know where they could find the criticism. It's almost like he doesn't want people fact-checking him by watching the source video. And make no mistake, the reason he is saying something now is not because like 3 or 4 viewers wanted further clarification. It's because he...
Of course he doesn't want people fact-checking him because he knows he doesn't have a leg to stand on with this.
Likely was just caught committing multiple crimes. He doesn't want people to know about this, which is why instead of going on to every social media platform in existence to air out his grievances, like he originally did with Alyssa, he posts this response on the pinned comment of a video that's already got most of the views that it will get for the time being. So the millions of people who are misinformed by that defamatory edit he made of Alyssa won't see this response. Moving on, in CNN or BBC-like fashion...
It's sort of like, shout the headline, whisper the retraction.
Chris starts his post off with a bunch of irrelevant filler bullshit content that he is using in the hopes that his viewers will get bored of reading before he actually responds to the most egregious allegations. This makes you...
That's exactly what he's doing. But if not him, his public relations people that work with him, because you have to remember, he does work for an agency. It's effectively a public relations firm, and their primary mission is to promote Japan tourism. So if this wasn't written by him, it was written by PR people who they know all the tricks, and this is them playing all the different magic tricks all at once.
You look guilty, Chris. Anyway, so he starts his message out with whataboutism filler content about faces not being blurred. And just to quickly address this, clearly Chris knows how to use a blur effect, yet he didn't blur any of these faces either. So obviously he doesn't actually care. Anyway, let's skip all the word vomit and move on to the tiny bit at the end where Chris actually addresses a single issue that I brought up in my first video, which was the defamation claim. After this video was published, one edit to that montage was made, removing a couple of seconds of audio to avoid any potential confusion about chronology. This did not alter any argument or claim. Chris, you're full of shit. Also, technically it was 2 edits because he showed that moment twice. The moment in question is the one where he edits the audio to make it look like Alyssa's laughing at homeless people, when in reality, she's being sexually harassed by a guy who isn't homeless. But sure, he did it to make certain that people...
Kind of hard to believe It stretches credulity to believe that that man was homeless when he's got a Burberry scarf on.
I was just about to comment on the scarf.
Yeah. Seems something a bit too bougie for a homeless person to be wearing.
People wouldn't be confused about the sequence of events. Don't worry, it didn't alter any of my claims. Except your claim is that Alyssa doesn't care about homeless people, which is ridiculous. Alyssa has been doing homeless outreach work for years. So his claim is that she doesn't...
Yeah, she's actually been doing the work here. And it's a topic that she's fairly passionate about, which is more than can be said for Chris Broad, who, at this stage, you can kind of tell he's in it for the money. This is his shtick that he's discovered that pays well, and he's just sort of cashing the checks at this point.
Care about society's most vulnerable, and she's treating them like some sort of exhibit at the zoo for her content. And he's saying this as he edits her out of context to make it look like she's laughing at them. that clearly does alter people's perception of her, and it obviously was an intentional edit. What respectable media literate guy with journalistic integrity such as Chris claims to be would be stupid enough to use someone being sexually harassed as a weapon against them?
He took such a horrible moment. I'm sure it was horrible for her, being treated like a prostitute, to use a point where she was uncomfortable and nervous and just trying to get out of a bad situation and twist that to make it seem like she was making fun of these homeless people is so despicable that I can't watch any of his videos now and find entertainment or joy like I used to from them.
So again,
I'm the same way after all of this. I know he's had a couple of new videos that have come out. I haven't even bothered to watch them. And it's to the point where I used to do the occasional react stream to things that he would do on his channel. We'd react to it here on stream. After all this, I don't really want to. I don't really want to do that anymore. I would rather react to any of the things that Oriental Pearl has on her channel, or literally anyone else. But yeah, doing something like that, that's a pretty low, scummy sort of thing to try and do to someone. And it's, like I said, you would expect that out of the parasites over at the BBC or any so-called mainstream legacy outlet. But to see that in a supposedly independent new media sort of content creator that's pretty bad. That's when you know he's sort of gone over to the dark side, as it were, and has given over to the inclinations of the ungodly.
Clearly, he intentionally took her out of context and sold an untrue narrative to enhance his point and make her look bad. He does that all over his video. This was just the most egregious example. But all of this begs the question of, if none of this stuff from Chris is about moral standards or helping Japan, then why did he attack Alyssa? Well, why don't we go over some information that I held back on? I think a part of the reason is personal drama, and the other part is about politics. I mentioned in the prior video that it would be difficult to tell how malicious Chris is being without insider information. Here's primarily what I meant. Chris wants to pretend that he had no idea who Alyssa was before this event.
I was accused of painting Japan as a utopia. I was accused of excluding her from my friendship group, somebody I've never met, never spoken to.
He's trying to play word games here to make his audience believe that he had no idea who Alyssa was until like a...
Notice he couldn't even look in the camera when he said that. That's an interesting little tell right there.
month ago. That's not true. The Western expat community is very small, and it is very easy to randomly bump into other expats, especially if you both live in Tokyo. Chris absolutely knew who Alyssa was before this whole event. He admitted to bumping into her before on a Sora the Troll livestream, and you can even see him slip up during the video where he's like, I don't know her at all. So anyway, a friend showed me this video of hers a few years ago. That being said, here's what I held back on in the previous video. I have Discord leaks of Charla, Chris's fiance, talking about Alyssa from as far back as 2022. Here's the reason why there is animosity between Chris and Alyssa. You can see here that one of the members is sort of complimenting Oriental Pearl or Alyssa.
Hang on. Let's read through some of this.
On the internet, it's forever.
Yeah, that's why I say on your end, keep your receipts, but also do be careful what you share with the world. Because if stuff like that gets out, you better be prepared to wear it like armor. Let's see, I'm glad mostly everyone is alright. Shame about John Dowd, though. It's so important to treat people well, unless they're a dickhead. I'll still watch him as his content is pretty unique, but yeah, bad attitude is certainly a big thing. Disrespect is ultimately bad for business as it drives people away. Oriental Pearl learned that, disassociated herself from some creators for that reason. Sounds like some interesting drama about John Dowd. John Lee, hello, how are you? How are you doing? I hope you had a a lovely Christmas holiday and New Year's as well. It's good to see you, as always. Let's see. Now, some of my good friends are on the other side of the country, unfortunately. At least it's somewhat easier to see each other in Japan, unlike Australia, where every city is 4 days apart. Haha. I have unsubscribed from a few creators because of something they have towards others. I liked Clyde and Eric until Eric called Chris something. That's a shame Chris only ever says nice things about them. Excuse me. Okay, so my power and electricity are back. Oh, that's good, Beyond Lee. That's good. That is progress. I'm very glad to hear that. I've been wondering about that with you and hoping that you're all right. It sounds like things are coming back slowly but surely. Let's see. Talking about Oriental Pearl, Charla writing, a bit hypocritical of her considering she left rude comments on my videos. Isn't it? I was surprised. I think she found out the hard way as she lost a lot of subscribers like me, so now she's backtracking. But then she put out a video criticizing other polylinguists, so maybe she still hasn't got it. Huh. The whole town of Black River is basically flat. Oh dear. Well, we can only pray that in time things are rebuilt and hopefully it'll be like it never even happened. Though it may take a while to get there.
And Charlotte chimes in and says that Alyssa wrote some mean comments on her YouTube page. And then it ends with someone complaining that Alyssa called out some scammers who are pretending to be fluent in like 15 languages for money. I wonder why they would have an issue with that. But the next question is, what was said? So I asked Alyssa for more context. The exact videos from Charla have since been deleted, but Alyssa remembers having about 100 subscribers at that point, and Charla was making a lot of cat videos, like a lot of cat videos. So in response, and as a fan during this time, Alyssa said, I'm not really feeling these cat videos. How terrible, she's so mean.
Not really feeling the cat videos, and for that, Charla loses her shit. Hashtag woman moment, anyone?
The second comment that Alyssa made was on a video with Charla and her ex-husband, where his head was cut out because he didn't want to be on camera. And Alyssa said that...
Yeah, that was a little bit of personal drama with her for a while. Charla was previously married. Divorced, this was years back. And, yeah, sometime after that, I think her and Chris Broad started dating, and dated for a long time, several years. And, news on their Twitter feeds over the course of the Christmas and New Year's holiday, they finally tied the knot. So they are now both Mr. and Mrs. Broad. So, much as we criticize their behavior here, we're at least decent enough sort of people to congratulate them on their nuptials, and certainly wish the best for them in that regard. Which is apparently more than can be said for what they would wish for others, maybe? We don't know.
It was kind of awkward. That was it. Multi-year grudge because of a couple of comments that are basically just viewer feedback from someone who wasn't really a YouTuber at that point. And because of that, Charla has been doing things like gatekeeping Alyssa from going to local events that other people want her at. So basically...
All this because someone just said, yeah, not really feeling the videos here, Charla. Maybe try a different approach. We'd like to see something else as your audience. Which certainly the audience has every right to say that sort of thing to the content creator of, you know, yeah, not really feeling it. Maybe try something else, you know. And as a good content creator, you want to leave your suggestion box open and be open to trying new things because in the end, you're doing it to entertain an audience. But I guess Charla thinks she's above that sort of thing.
A lot of the attacks from Chris are because Charla hates Alyssa over some petty bullshit. Well, maybe she also hates her out of jealousy because Alyssa has been married to a Japanese guy for multiple years now. Whereas how many years were Charlotte and Chris together and unmarried? Close to a decade? 3-year engagement. Holy
Fairly
shit.
close.
That doesn't sound like someone who has a lot of faith in their relationship. A little life advice. If you want someone to trust you, Charlotte, then
I mean, okay. To be totally fair, and as somebody who is divorced myself, that sort of experience can mentally and emotionally leave behind some bruising, some scars. And it makes it to where you can be rather hesitant to want to just jump back into any sort of relationship. Because, yeah, you're rightfully and justifiably scared that you're going to get hurt again. So, personally, I don't fault Charlotte and Chris for taking their time like that. On that particular point, I think I'm going to disagree with Think Before You Sleep. Because, yeah, things are different once you get divorced. And so you tend to want to take your time on things, not rush things, because you don't want to make the same mistake again. Because the first time you made that mistake, it cost you. It cost you in terms of divorce proceedings, divorce lawyers, having to pack up all your shit and either move back in with parents or move somewhere else and kind of start your life over again and do it all by yourself. It's and plus I understand that Charlotte's she's had her share of health problems too. So it's I think something like that would also affect one's judgment, to where some people will just dive headfirst into a relationship because they just don't want to be alone in case something terrible happens, and that's the end of it for them. Other people take a much more cautious, pragmatic attitude of, I want to make sure that we're getting into all this for the right reasons, and, when or if the health improves, I don't want to,
Understandable.
Yeah, when health improves, we don't want to all of a sudden look at a relationship in a different light. Sorry, I just had somebody barge in on me unexpectedly. My parents are divorced. Mom jumped into a new relationship months after. Oh, I see. I mean, some people are like that. Some people, they get divorced and they're just like, you know what? You just got to jump right back in the saddle and try again. Which, I mean, more power to them if they do that. That's rather brave approach to take there. But yeah, I think my takes on a lot of these are a bit more nuanced than what we're seeing here with Think Before You Sleep.
I would highly suggest that you refrain from shooting OnlyFans content. I'm sorry, that was petty. I shouldn't have said that. But when someone who has the obvious jealous energy...
That right there, apparently there was some clarification in order for that. Charlotte did not do OnlyFans. She did some sort of, I don't know, spicy thing for charity for a friend's OnlyFans or Fansly or something like that. So it wasn't technically her doing OnlyFans.
Of an obese man who's about 5'7", gets millions of views defaming your friend, you tend to feel a little bit petty. So that's what this whole video from Chris is about. It has a lot more to do with his fiance or whatever being catty than it does to do with calling out morally objectionable behavior. This is why, despite him saying that the Japan is over content is like this huge trend in his video, he only goes after Alyssa.
It's extremely...
Yeah, he's He's kind of behaving like a whipped cock at this point. He's a bit of a cuckold at this stage. And it's sad to see.
Important to portray objective reality as best you can online. When you're a big creator, there is a burden of responsibility. Imagine if I'd made a video, the original What's Happening to Japan video, myself, right, with an audience of 3 million people. Some people, rational people, would have called me out and been like, Chris, mate, a bit of graffiti and some bin bags is not Japan. But a lot of people would have been, oh, Chris is a figure of several million followers. I respected some of his previous videos. He's right on this. And I am in a position to shape opinions.
I mean, in reality, it seems like you're very aware of what you can get away with because people see you as an authority figure, and you actively exploited that to attack a creator that you don't like. He doesn't care about any of this shit morally. He's doing most, if not all, the bad things that he accuses her of, which is why I think this is far more about personal drama his fiancée has than it is about morality. And this isn't the first time that Chris has taken shots at Alyssa.
With Tokyo vlog content overload from other channels, anything unique, exciting and new from abroad in Japan that we haven't seen before when you move to Tokyo. Well, now that I'm here in Tokyo, I can assure you, you're going to see the most groundbreaking, dynamic, original Japan-based content that you have ever seen. Content like White Man Speaks Japanese to Strangers, Shock Surprise Sugoi, Mind's Blown.
This is almost a direct copy of one of Alyssa's thumbnails. More proof that he's actually known about her for years. She's not someone he just found out about. This attack right here is purely about him not liking her. It's not about the...
It almost makes you wonder, it's like, does she live rent-free in his head at this point? If he's known about her for so long and engaged in this sort of catty behavior, which, you know, I'll admit it was... If you're going to roast someone, that is fairly humorous, but also at the same time, it sort of leads you to wonder just how much does Oriental Pearl live rent-free in Chris Broad's head. Sure, Tugal, welcome in. How are you?
Content format, because, you know, when it's a Japanese creator doing this like Kazu Languages or Namaste Kohei, Chris says nothing. Alyssa isn't even the most popular
it's
person
fine when
in
they
this
did
niche.
it.
I believe that it's Xiaoma, who is so ridiculous that he literally made a video where he's like, I surprised monkeys by speaking monkey to them. So again, none of this was about morality. All of the grandstanding was clearly just a way to attack Alyssa. I don't really know how anyone can ever trust a guy again who would defame someone and try to cover it up because his girlfriend of like 8 years got offended by a comment saying, I'm not feeling the cat videos. And Chris will sit here playing the victim, saying how this put him through a dark and depressing chapter, which personally I think has a lot more to do with alcohol abuse than another creator making a video he didn't like.
That sounds like some tea all on its own. I mean, Chris has admitted that he definitely drank too much in his youth and even picked up a rather nasty smoking habit when he was first in Japan. But, more to that story. I should be very interested to hear about that.
But he'll say that this is such a dark time for him, as he defamed someone and essentially got away with it. Though, as I said, there's also a second part of this, which is about a difference in politics that normally I wouldn't have cared about. However, I now find this political difference between Oriental Pearl and Chris to be a little concerning, especially considering that he now knows he can get away with defamation and get overwhelming support from his audience and other creators. The concerning part is that Chris is actually fairly politically radical, but he's hiding it because he has a mixed audience and doesn't want to lose followers. Before I elaborate on that, let's talk about the comments section from Chris's video. Now, I would be lying if I said I didn't notice that Chris's comment section changed a bit after my video came out. That's just what happens when anyone gets criticized on YouTube. Unfortunately, there's nothing that you can really do about it. However, the issue here is that prior to this, Chris made a big deal by saying it was censorship when Alyssa asked him to remove his comments about her, and did a speech on how creators should be open to scrutiny.
Now, I think if you are a large content creator, both literally and metaphorically, you should be willing to accept a degree of scrutiny. I know I do. Every time I release a video, people attack me for various things. And if I see something that I believe misconstrues reality, then I'm going to call it out as well.
Well, I just so happened to notice that after Chris went onto every social media platform in existence to trash Alyssa, and after tons of creators were trashing her as well, she didn't delete the comments that came from his fans, even after weeks of constant brigading on multiple videos. Alyssa also did not delete Chris's comment on her video either. However, 2 days after my video released, I noticed that all the comments on Chris's video made by new viewers mysteriously disappeared, and so did everyone else. Here's something else that happened. Much like Chris felt free.
I mean, it's his channel, he can do what he wants. I've deleted comments on my YouTube videos as well that were just people behaving like dickheads. Just because I can, and because I don't want to see any of that shit. Some people are fine leaving that sort of thing up. Other people are just like, you know what? I'm going to protect my peace by any means necessary. And if that means I have to delete comments and block people to do it, so be it. There's arguments to be made for both, so...
Yeah, there's two sides to that little thing.
Yeah, they can do what they want.
To post in Alyssa's comment section, Alyssa posted this message offering a chance to work things out. Alyssa is a conservative Catholic. She's actually very Catholic, and a part of her faith is to genuinely offer forgiveness to people who've wronged her. Anyway.
Even after all this has happened, it's not too late to have an adult conversation face to face. That's what should have been done from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
I think that right there, combined with the fact that his now wife doesn't like her very much, you've got that dynamic duo there of reasons to go after her the way he did. Combine that with just simple petty jealousy. Because if he felt truly confident and sure of himself,
he'd let his actions do the talking.
He would let his actions do the talking. He would also probably not even acknowledge her existence. Because now that he's done that, he has effectively admitted to the entire world, this woman gets under my skin. This person bothers me. I feel threatened by this person. I'm insecure, and I think on some level, she's doing things better than I am. And I'm jealous and threatened by that. All he had to do was not say a damn thing. But apparently challenge impossible.
Chris deleted that comment almost instantly.
Call out people that are wrong, including me, including him. If we say things that you don't think are right, always call the people out.
Lad, you've said a lot of things that aren't right, and so is the ginger over here. And you have been called out, and you don't seem to pay it much mind. So, spare us the whole magnanimous approach, because we're not buying it.
Especially if there are people in positions of influence.
Right. I found this comment here too, saying that Chris is immune to hate comments, which is why he spends tons of time deleting them, especially ones that might notify his fans that he defamed someone. Wait, did he like his own post? Cringe.
And for some clarity, I really don't dislike this person.
Another L take. I don't think it's wrong to like your own post. It's just trying to bump it up in the algorithm. However, as literal as much as you possibly can. I've done that to a couple of my own posts, so it's all part of the game. So that tiny little bit of an L take there.
So I dislike their content, not just this video, but some other videos, which I'll discuss. I know I can be sarcastic and silly, but I'm genuinely not a malicious person. I quite honestly wish her well. And I ask you, if you disagree with her, if you disagree with me, that you always comment in a respectful manner and don't share any hatred online.
I think he's just saying that. I have a lot of trouble believing that this wasn't malicious.
It all just sounds like arse covering. And people know arse covering when they hear it.
Considering the prior drama with Charlotte and the defamatory edit, and also the numerous false allegations in his video against Oriental Pearl that were pretty easy to prove as untrue with a small amount of research. But I mean, what's the point in being respectful if you're just going to delete Alyssa's comment anyway? However, I think what's more telling is the comments that he didn't delete. In fact, there were two comments that I noticed that he liked. Here's the first one. Thank you, Chris, for being a voice of reason in these trying times. What, did AI write this? All the haters are coming from a right-wing YouTuber called Think Before You Sleep. Now, there were a number of sycophants supporting Chris in the comments after my video released.
Oh no, a right-wing YouTuber. We can't have that now, can we?
But I only personally saw him like this one, the one that mentions my politics. The other like was found by somebody else. But when Chris started going on his comment deleting fury, he removed this like and deleted the comment below it that ratioed it. Here's the second like by Chris that was thankfully caught by a YouTuber who goes by Evil Dia. It comes under a comment talking about Chris's edited clip, and it says, "You meant white nationalists think before you sleep?"
Yeah, because anyone they disagree with must be a white nationalist. Pathetic.
I mean, if Chris wants to say I'm a white nationalist when all I did in my video was say what Japanese people are saying, then I think that maybe Japan isn't that great of a fit for him. He literally liked a comment that had the energy of, "Everyone I disagree with is a Nazi." And I get labeled as this because I said that foreigners need to learn English if they want to live in America, illegals should be deported, and we shouldn't import too many people at the same time. These are all things that Japanese people believe. By the way, the evidence of this like is also gone. But thankfully, what's happened here with all these likes is that it's confirmed a little suspicion that I've had, because it's hard to tell what Chris's exact stances are. However, he will slip up a bit with dog whistles like this.
In fact, the King of America himself is here in Japan for I think 48 hours.
Right.
Mr. Trump, President Trump is here.
There's also this little moment here when he talks about the menu from when Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi and Trump met.
I've just found the menu for what they had for lunch. They had the Prime Minister had lunch. Here's what they had. I mean, the steak sounds good. Don't know about the rest, but what do you reckon? Would you be happy with that if you're the dictator?
You can see he kind of stopped himself there, and these sort of seem like innocuous comments, but he said them to virtue signal to his leftist audience without pissing off the people on the right who also watch him. He wants the left to know where he lies politically, but he still wants the YouTube money and the tourism money from people on the right, so he'll purposefully make his exact stances unclear. But there are dog whistles like this all over Chris's content.
And a lot of people are getting wise and learning how to detect those dog whistles. And a lot more people on the right are becoming much more discerning consumers of content, products, services, and especially in the wake of the murder of Charlie Kirk, so many people, they've decided they don't want to do business with people that hate them. They don't want to give money to people who hate them. And it's to the point where a lot of people on the right have to operate under the protective presumption that anyone to their left hates them and wants them dead. I mean, what are you supposed to think after the Charlie Kirk shooting? What happened at Brown University? You know, all of these political killings that seem to target only certain people. What are you supposed to think? That everything's fine? That hamburgers are filet mignon? That it's raining when someone's just pissing on your leg? No, there's at least one half of the country that hates us and wants us dead. There's even one half of the Western world that hates the other half and wants to see them dead. And they've got leaders in power in many of their governments that are happy to oblige them. So yeah, much as I'm sure he's got a fantastic eSIM company that can help you to still operate your phone when you're traveling over in Japan, and I'm sure they've got decent drinks being served at the Lost Bar in Shibuya. I just don't want to do business with anyone that, for all I know, just hates me and wants me dead. And would rather just not have to deal with me. And views it as this terrible inconvenience that they have to appeal to me and appeal to my tastes and my preferences, and would rather just not do that, would rather just cater to the so-called modern audience.
And what I've found is that when you get people like, say, Illymation, who are pretending to be non-political while at the same time not being able to shut up about their politics, these tend to be people who are very much towards the extreme end of their side. Make no mistake, if you scroll back far enough, you can see a less calculated Chris expressing some Trump derangement syndrome on Twitter in 2016. And to this I say, Chris, nobody cares about your opinion on Trump. You aren't American, nor do you live in America or have U.S. citizenship. How about you stay out of politics that you aren't beholden to?
What's your favorite thing about Donald Trump?
There isn't a favorite thing. Zero.
My favorite thing about Donald Trump is that one day he will die.
Messed up, right? Instead of fighting against a chatter wishing death on Trump, Chris agrees with them. Now, Connor did have enough sense to say the comment was morbid, but neither of them say they disagree.
You know that video I did with you where we went to the Love Hotel and I jokingly read Art of the Deal?
Yeah.
Some people thought I was serious and were like, I'm really disappointed in you, Chris. Supporting Donald Trump. And it's like, no. I was making fun of the world's shitest book. How did you not see that?
So after seeing this, I don't think it's too outlandish to point out that the second reason I think that Chris attacked Alyssa and thought it was okay to defame her is because she is politically on the right, and he's a part of the segment of the left that openly hates and dehumanizes people they disagree with.
I mean, that was laid bare with what happened after the Charlie Kirk murder. Open season was declared on anyone on the right of the political spectrum. Yeah, it's honestly this perfect little trifecta that has formed. He hates Oriental Pearl because he views her as a threat to his viewership, his subscriber count, that sort of thing. Hates her because she's conservative, and she's also fairly devout Christian. And also, Mrs. Broad doesn't think very highly of her either. And apparently has tried to gatekeep her out of gatherings and functions and everything else in the Western expat community over in Japan. In VTuber parlance, a lot of what we're seeing here is what we saw with the whole VTuber Mean Girls ganging up on people like Cinder, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was quite something that was not on the bingo card.
Yeah. Came rather suddenly, and yeah, left quite a mess. And now, roughly, I guess it's been almost a year since that happened. Almost. Everyone's just sort of got on. Nobody really reaped any sort of consequences, and everybody is still streaming in the end. Well, I suppose there were some consequences for the model artist that was at the center of the whole fracas.
Nanolis is terrible business practice, just terrible attitude, terrible thing overall.
Yeah, has she basically just stopped taking comms or anything like that? Has she just kind of withered away?
From what I've seen, there's I believe she's not taking comms right now. grain of salt, but
Yeah.
I know there was a lot of damage control, so could be waiting, could be just taking comms without, within a Discord or something or whatever. But she is not well liked anymore. That much is extremely true.
Yeah, and she's not the only one. There's a lot of artists out there they just don't really know how to behave like professionals.
Yeah, like if you have a business and you represent that business, you're held to a specific standard. If you're not going to hold yourself to that specific standard, why are you even in a business to begin with?
Precisely. They thought, oh no, it's just, something I do for fun and, take comms whenever I feel like and do the work whenever inspiration strikes me. No. This is fucking business. People have paid you for your talents and for your work. Get to fucking work. Right away.
Mm-hmm.
And get the work done straight away. Lest you find yourself out of business, which some people have found out the hard way. It's like, oh yeah, I do need to actually fulfill obligations. And I can't just keep using excuses like, oh, more mental health and, oh, I haven't really been feeling it lately and blah, blah, blah. No. Get the fucking work done.
Exactly. An interesting case in point, someone had made a statement, this is a little while back. A former friend of mine was in some, dire straits, so it's like, hey, if you donate you donate $50, you'll get like a little art of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I've donated $50. Because, right thing to do. Have not so much as seen anything like that.
And you tried messaging them, and they ghost you, and they do the whole routine.
Yeah. They do that little, oh, I'm not feeling it. Oh, I forgot. Oh, this, that, and the third. It's like, if you give your word, do not be surprised when somebody decides to check you on your word.
Mm-hmm.
And then spreads that to others when you don't keep it.
Someone pays you money for something, you damn well better deliver the goods. It stops being about artistry, and it starts being about business. And when somebody pays you money to render services, your ass belongs to them, at least for that short span of time. Those of you who are thinking about making your artwork a business, you would do well to bear that in mind.
Yeah.
But also, it's a little bit bigger than that, and I do have strong concerns about Chris's politics, considering that he has a lot of influence on foreign communities. And that's not just his channel in itself, but also all the channels that he influences through his friend group and his tourism brand agency, Sekai Studios. These are huge. Chris and his trash taste friend group have a lot of influence. And that's not to say that tourism is bad or immigration is bad, but in Japan it's gotten ridiculous, and Chris has repeated the sentiment that he is unhappy when there isn't a constant flow of tourism.
Both the Lost Bar team and the JJ team, right, both must be like, Chris, oh my god, numbers are low, there's less people in the bar, what's going on? I'm like, have you not looked out of the bloody window? It's Tsuyu, it's rainy season. For all of June, it basically rains and it doesn't stop, and no tourists come to Japan. Like, the number of tourists massively drops off a cliff. It's a good time to come here, though.
Right, just make sure the local population never has a break from over-tourism. I think I already established that Chris has a huge profit motive in helping drown out Japanese culture with a constant flow of tourists. But this isn't the only concerning thing that he has promoted.
The number of foreigners working in Japan hits an all-time high. 25% come from the same country.
It's quite a cool thing to see. Much needed, given the decline of population. The LDP, the ruling government over the last sort of decade, has been kind of sneakily bringing in more and more people. They've done a pretty good job bringing in sort of 250,000 foreigners a year to fill the gap and try and fill in the void of workers. Because there just aren't enough young people in Japan to fill all the jobs, the vacancies that are popping up in convenience stores and restaurants and whatnot.
And it all worked until it didn't. Until people started noticing, wait a minute, you are resettling whole ethnic blocks in certain parts of the country. People for whom their way of life and their way of thinking is completely and totally alien to us. And who have made it no secret that they want to take over. Yeah, we're not having that. Hence why you see a new power bloc rise up in the LDP in Japan. And they got a new prime minister who seems to be taking the concerns of the people fairly seriously. And is saying, yeah, you know what, we're not doing this anymore. And you want to come here and live here long term, even become a citizen, you're going to have to work a hell of a lot harder for it than you had before. Because at one point, if you had advanced degrees, master's degree or higher, maybe even had like a professional degree, you were a doctor, a lawyer, something like that. And you had some way of opening up a business and sponsoring yourself in terms of immigration, you could be on the pathway to permanent residency in as little as a year. Whereas most people, it would be 5, 8, 10 years. Now, apparently, they're changing up the rules to where, no, nobody's going to be fast-tracked. Everyone's probably looking at 10 years. And oh, by the way, we are going to insist that you demonstrate some level of proficiency in the Japanese language. Whether that's N5, N1, N3, N2, N1, who knows? Which I'm told, and if you believe the rumors, you can pass the N1 exam in Japan and still not know a bloody thing about speaking, reading, or writing Japanese. So, anyway, it's just gotten that much harder to get permanent residency, let alone citizenship in Japan. So the window for easy permanent residency in Japan has effectively closed.
Means the third world. If you look at the article they're reading, it's mostly people from poor countries that are immigrating. That's who you'll see working in the convenience stores if you go to Japan. And by the way, just as a side note, because the topic of anti-foreign sentiment came up in...
And it wouldn't have been such a big deal had Japan been more selective about who they let in. Like people from Western countries, a lot of white Europeans, for example, wouldn't have had a single issue with that. Because they're all, for the most part, we're all a civilized lot. Most people from Western countries, they know how to behave themselves, save for the occasional Logan Pauls or Johnny Somalis. Most people are fairly decent, know how to mind the manners, and they integrate rather well, and they're productive members of society no matter where they go. You can't really say the same for these sort of third world shitholes that they were getting a lot of these people from. So had they been more selective, they probably could have continued to do this sort of thing, and nobody would have paid attention. Nobody would have really noticed, or if they did notice, they wouldn't have necessarily said it's such a bad thing. Like, gosh, we've sure got a lot of people from Britain settling into Sendai or Hokkaido recently. But yeah, they're working hard. They're opening up pubs and got some really good food here, and they're really productive. And hey, we've also managed to solve a doctor shortage too. And there was a dentist shortage over here. That's gone now. And gosh, there's a lot of men in sheds that are building a lot of really cool things. That sort of thing. Nobody would complain about that. Instead, they insisted on trying to flood their country, albeit on a small scale, with, I don't know what all, Indians, Somalis, Afghans, people who are net drain on systems no matter where they go. And that's how we got the situation in the present day.
In Chris's video, when it comes to anti-foreign sentiment, Logan Paul and Johnny Somali aren't really that big of an issue. They're just a hot-button topic for Westerners who don't know that much about Japan.
Yep.
Japan doesn't really have a lot of prejudice towards Americans. The actual
they really
prejudice
don't.
towards foreigners from Japan.
The Japanese are very big Francophiles, Anglophiles. Actually, I would dare say they are bigger Anglophiles than they are Francophiles for all that people tend to obsess over anything French. Deep down on fundamental levels, there is a high degree of Anglophilia. They love anything and everything British, and so much of modern Japanese society is built to model Britain. But they also have a tremendous, deep, and abiding love and respect for Americans. Even after a very bloody World War, which ended in such spectacular fashion with 2 atom bombs, you would think they would have every reason in the world to hate and despise the Americans, and that it would almost be like this sort of blood-based grudge that they would hold on for millennia. And they didn't do any of that. They've just sort of... They remember what happened, but they've also let it go. And it is to the point where, yeah, there's whole neighborhoods, especially close you get to military bases, where the native population, they love catering to the American market.
Japanese people is towards the Chinese and Southeast Asians. And I mean Japanese people really do not like the Chinese because they're infamous for poor behavior. They see the Chinese how Twitter sees Indians. Now, Chris does bring up long working hours being...
And I can confirm, having been over there twice myself, having to deal with Chinese tourists. Second time I was over there, I was over at the Gotemba Premium Outlet Mall. And this was at the time I was newly married. The then wife and I were on our honeymoon. And I think we were in a Swarovski boutique. Just looking at the little tchotchkes and items they had for sale. And in burst this huge group of Chinese tourists, probably on some day trip to Mount Fuji like we were. And they practically shove my wife out of the way and push her back while she's looking at things in the display case, because they're trying to get the attention of the store attendant. My wife was nearly knocked off her feet thankfully I was close by. I was able to catch her, make sure she didn't. But yeah, we were both appalled at the behavior of Chinese tourists, and that one incident alone really colored our perspective of Chinese, at least from the mainland. Hong Kongers don't really have that sort of problem. They know how to behave. It's people on the mainland that they just so often behave like absolute barbarians. And yeah, we were both a bit miffed about that.
Be quite a bit miffed about it.
Yeah. I've always prided myself on being a fairly restrained sort of person, because if I wasn't, some of those Chinese tourists would have found their heads smashed into the display cases. But I also didn't want to damage the merchandise.
Ultimately fair.
A problem in Japan when it comes to low birth rates, but outside of that, he doesn't really push back against mass immigration at all. Instead, he's like, no, actually it's a good thing to destroy Japan's culture by importing infinite poor people who will accept lower wages and lower working conditions, just like they do in the West.
You know, I think people are shocked and surprised when they go into a store and they don't see Japanese workers anymore. It's quite a big change, quite a big deal in Japan, I think. Yeah, it's quite a big change.
I think this is a retarded solution to the problem, and we should all be rejecting the idea of globalism, where the entire world is just a blob of every kind of person, and nothing is actually unique or rich in culture like Japan.
I got the first
And
thing
while
I
it
hear
is
as soon as I come back is that's just the R word move. I'm like, what the hell? No, that's the first thing I hear as soon as I come back.
What fortuitous timing.
True that labor shortages can be a problem, Chris's solution to this issue is becoming vastly unpopular with Japanese people, and it's
they don't like it. Survey finds 59% of Japanese opposed to actively accepting foreign workers. And you go into certain concept versions of konbinis, like I think we saw this recently with a video. We may have reacted to this on stream, I don't quite remember. But there is, I think it's either in Tokyo or it's in Yokohama, there is a concept, excuse me, there's a concept shop by Lawson, one of the big leading konbini chains in Japan. And the entire store is automated. There isn't a single person working the registers. You may have people stocking shelves occasionally in the back or something, but for the most part it is an entirely automated konbini. That was oh yes, I remember, that was the one in particular where you go to the self-checkout stand and the staff is working remotely and they've got animated avatars. So it is an automated konbini with VTubers working the register. I mean, it's a great way to work on your Japanese if you manage to get hired, and I think it's... I don't know, I saw this both times I was in Japan. There was foreign staff working at the 7-Eleven and the Family Mart that were in my that were at my hotels that had replaced the gift shop with the konbini, which brilliant move in my view. But especially the 7-Eleven over in Ikebukuro at the, I think it was the Centurion Hotel that I stayed at. I noticed, especially in the late shifts, when I come back to the hotel and, you know, wanted to get something quick to eat for dinner, that there was a lot of people that did not look Japanese, very obviously non-Japanese working in that particular 7-Eleven. And I sort of inquired about it, and I said, I notice are you over here, for work? Are you studying? Just earning a little extra on the side or something? And they're like, no, we immigrated from another country to come over here and work in the Konbini. This is our way of making a living, and we just lost. She'll be back probably. This is our way of making a living. We immigrated over here, and this is our jobs. And it's also we study Japanese in our off hours. But yeah, this is what we do. This is our lives now. So I go, well, all right then.
It's unpopular because mass immigration will not fix the core issues that are causing low birth rates. All it's going to do is turn Japan into the third world. However, I don't think stuff like drowning out the culture of Japan matters to Chris, because I don't think Chris is really all that interested in genuinely helping Japanese people. I think he just sees it as a place to profit. The reason I think that is because of something else that I helped.
It's a very globalist view of Japan, just looking at it as sort of an economic zone, and the population as just a battery farm. It's something you find with a lot of those people that have that kind of rootless cosmopolitan mindset. So prevalent amongst the elite class, especially the elite Western class. And there's also a somewhat sociopathic view of populations when you just look at them as economic zones and battery farms, and major cities are nothing more than just a giant international airport. That's no way to look at places and people. These are distinct parts of the world with distinct languages, cultures, tastes, history, and a distinct people too. And they need to be respected as such. And unfortunately, you won't find that sort of respect with the rootless cosmopolitan class. If anything, you'll find a sort of, I don't know, not even a necessarily racist sort of view. It's just a sense of superiority that they are from nowhere, and they expect everybody else to be from nowhere and not really have any sort of unique identity. And you strip that away, and you strip away something so fundamentally human from people. What could fix Japan's population crisis more than anything is high wages. They've been low to flat, even declining for over 30 years. High wages, keep the price of real estate low, better working conditions, because Lord knows we still have a long way to go with that sort of thing. But also a return to tradition in the form of collective values for the population. Because modernity has killed off so much of the incentives to get married and start a family.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And until all that improves, you're going to continue to see a population in decline. A good debt jubilee would also do the trick too, I think.
Back on from the previous video, I don't think Chris speaks Japanese. I don't think he cares enough about Japanese people to learn the language, and apparently, I'm not the only one who feels that way.
Because honestly, I don't know if Abroad in Japan is fluent at this point.
I don't think he is.
Out of the two, I would say Oriental Pearl is probably a better speaker, which could be part of the problem.
Honestly, I thought I was the only one who thought it was incredibly suspicious that you can never find Chris speaking more than like 3 words of Japanese, outside of maybe 2 videos that were made years ago. In one of them, he goes to a Japanese language learning school, and his Japanese is so basic that they have to put him in a beginner class, despite having lived in Japan for almost 7 years at that point. During the video, not only is his pronunciation horrendous, and I can't emphasize enough how much Chris butchers the Japanese language in his videos, So not only that, but if you know Japanese, you can see that he mistranslates the specific nuance of what's being said in the subtitles.
人前自己紹介怖いね。じゃあイギリスの出身ですが、6年間ぐらい日本にずっと住んでました。今仙台に住んでYouTube という仕事をしてます。よろしくお願いします。Thank you very much.
はい、クリスさんはいつ日本へ来ましたか？6年前に。はい。
These subtitles are wrong. The teacher said, when did Chris...
Okay, when did Chris come to Japan? 6 years ago. How long has Chris been in Japan? 6 years. I mean, subtle difference, but it still gets a point across. And it did sound like he was stumbling, but it didn't sound terrible. But it's also fairly basic expressions of Japanese.
Chris come to Japan, and the students responded 6 years ago. Chris's translation was, how long has Chris been in Japan? And the students responded 6 years, which is wrong. Now, this may seem super nitpicky because he got the gist of it correct.
It is.
However, he makes multiple nuance errors in his translation throughout the video, and the problem is that this Japanese is very basic. This type of conversation is the first thing that you learn in Japanese study, and if he's making nuance mistakes on stuff this basic, close to 7 years after you moved, then he did not put that much effort into studying, which means there's no way that he understands any complex Japanese.
It happens to a lot of gaijin or foreigners more often than I think people realize. They have these things in Japan known as gaijin bubbles, where it's really easy to get yourself into a community of expats and even like bilingual, multilingual Japanese who are proficient in and quite fluent in English. And those are the only people that you really talk to or spend time with or associate with. And you don't really go outside of that sort of gaijin bubble and talk with people who, in Japanese, who may not know English as well as you do. And it can be very tempting and very comforting to stay within that bubble. The people who tend to do really well for themselves in Japan and do a much better job of integrating into Japanese society are the ones who are willing to go outside of the gaijin bubble, or even avoid the gaijin bubble entirely, and insist on speaking with people who may not speak English very well, or may not speak it at all, to sort of force them to achieve a greater level of proficiency in Japanese.
And it shows in other content even when he's not speaking that much. For example, in this video that was in my first video about Chris, I noticed something that I didn't really elaborate on because other people that are more fluent than me fought me on it because Chris has been living in Japan for 13 years. Of course he can speak Japanese. So in this video, I noticed that not only does he...
How many of us know people, I mean, all of us here in the VC, we all live in America. How many of us know people who are immigrants, who have been in America for 5-10 years or more, and their English speaking ability is absolutely atrocious? It's like they're not even trying to improve themselves in that regard.
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Multiple people, actually. I know multiple.
It's almost a universal trait no matter where you go. You can be an expat living abroad, pardon the pun, and spend 10, 20 years of your life somewhere, and you haven't picked up a lick of the local language. It seems like...
That's like saying...
Go ahead.
I was about to say that that's like saying that they like lived like in a country for so long that they know the cuisine, the kind of stuff by hand, and I'm like, no, they don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sad, really. It's like they're not even trying.
Fail at basic pronunciation and stumbles a lot when speaking despite only saying 3 words at a time. he's speaking in short sentences because it makes it easier to hide how bad he is. That's a technique that fake polyglots use a lot. So not only that, but the Japanese lady is using a lot of borrowed English words instead of the Japanese words for them to help him out, and she's gesturing a lot to indicate the meaning of the words that she's using.
Business はどうですか？
あれね、クリスが来てくれてから、YouTube に上げてから、外国のお客さんがいっぱい来てくれるようになって。
Oh my god. どちらの国から来ましたか？
オーストラリアとか、カナダからも来た。
どうやってコミュニケーションできますか？
もうとにかくこうジェスチャー、Thank you とかね、もうお茶飲むとかね、もう。
For those of you.
Okay, so she's sort of used to. She deals with a lot of foreigners, so she's used to that sort of thing. But that is highly unusual for the Japanese. They don't really. They're not like Italians who talk with their hands a lot. If anything, I think that sort of behavior would be considered rude by a lot of Japanese, but in the context of dealing with foreigners, it's acceptable. But yeah, a lot of borrowed English words. Becoming a generally common trait with the Japanese language. It tends to borrow a lot of Western words, be they English words or from the Romantic languages. It just, that's a bit more of a wider cultural phenomenon. But yeah, we're still dealing with a language that's constructed so different from anything else in the Western world.
Who can't speak Japanese. To put it simply, she's speaking to him like a retard, despite him living in the country for 7 years at that point. Now, Chris did release this video here around a year prior, where he is noticeably better, despite still speaking low-level Japanese, so either he cheated with scripting and editing, or he got worse over time. But in this video, he provides some clarity on why he has such poor Japanese, even though he had been living in Japan for a long time.
I haven't actually spoken Japanese in a long time.
It's good practice.
I really don't speak it as much as I should, because a lot of my friends speak English rather well.
He's in a gaijin bubble.
And they always want to practice English, so you feel bad speaking Japanese with them.
So he lives in a gaijin bubble. Gaijin means foreigner, for those of you who don't watch anime, and it's not uncommon for foreigners in Japan to only associate with other foreigners or Japanese people who speak English, and so they don't learn the language. Chris appears to be one of these people, despite knowing a few words and a little bit of grammar. And he hides his speaking abilities so much in recent years that I don't think he's gotten better at the language since these videos were made several years ago.
Let's see, this live stream was horrendous. None of these guys actually speak Japanese. Connor said he was taking 1 to 2 hours of lessons per week. That's a joke. Premier 2 has been living in Japan for 10 years, still can't speak past a beginner level. Chris is also a 10-year veteran at this point, barely speaks any Japanese at all. At multiple points, they're speaking to a guy who speaks decent English, but there are several misunderstandings where Chris could have used his expertise to clarify, but he just doesn't. One of, 3 times he speaks Japanese is at the 40410 mark. Chris uses the wrong counting system for drinks. How does he not know this? You literally have to use this counting system every time you go to a bar, and Chris drinks a lot. Nobody in this friend group speaks Japanese except for Joey. Connor's the youngest here, but even in newer content, he really isn't much better than he is here. This was from May 2022. Tokyo's #1 nightlife area with Abroad in Japan and Premiere 2 from Sea-Dog VODs.
Content like, white man speaks Japanese to strangers. Shock, surprise, Sugoi. Mind's blown.
Chris, you couldn't make these kinds of videos. You don't have the skill to make these videos. Korean is Alyssa's 4th language, and she's better at Korean than you are at Japanese.
Yeah, that's the thing about Oriental Pearl. She's not just bilingual in Japanese and English. She is also proficient in Korean and Mandarin Chinese, which is probably, people say English can be a challenge. Try learning Mandarin Chinese, which is a tonal language, where if you get the tones off even by a tiny bit, changes the entire meaning of words, and you could have yourself a diplomatic incident on your hands. Need a reprieve from the path of pain? May I join stream? Of course, Damien. Feel free to pop into VC.
I mean, he had the audacity to call this slop content when his Japanese is so bad that people speak to him like he's a child. He actually admits that he stopped studying Japanese for...
I mean, to be fair, if you're a foreigner, they are probably always going to... Locals will probably talk to you always like you're a child. And they're always going to give you that whole thing of, oh my gosh, your Japanese is so good. For a lot of people, it gets tiring to to keep hearing that over and over and over again and having to respond with good manners of, oh no, it's really not that good. It's really not that good. Welcome in, Damien.
Hello, Damien.
Let me adjust the Discord collab, that way everybody can be seen here. There we go.
Multiple years in the pinned comment of the language school video. So half the time he had been in Japan when that video was released, he was not studying. And the 3 years prior studying that he did was a lot, but it's not enough to be highly fluent at Japanese unless you practice all day. Learning Japanese takes a very long time. But geez, he's LARPing in this comment. There's no way he's anywhere near JLPT 1. I think he would struggle to pass JLPT 4 after seeing this video. Also, you can pass the highest level of that test and still not be able to speak Japanese, so the JLPT is useless. Anyway, him...
Yeah, this is who I heard it from.
Not knowing Japanese makes all this grandstanding really funny. He's out there basically saying that Japanese people don't really think that graffiti is a problem. Well, how the fuck do you know? You can't even talk to them or understand the news.
At the end of the video, I talked about how I've lived here 13 years and people write off my opinions because I'm not born in Japan. I'm not Japanese. And at what point do I become a local? What point does my opinion matter something?
Never. Never. You will never be one of them. This is a part of the world and a society and culture that you could speak Japanese as fluent as a native, be able to write it perfectly, be able to read it at an advanced scholarly level, and you could perfectly LARP as a Japanese citizen. You will never be one of them because you don't look like them.
I would like to add this. It's just the fact that he admits himself has been living in Japan for over a decade and he hasn't made any progress in his ability to speak the language, nor has he made an attempt to integrate into the culture. So if he sincerely wants his opinion to count, he would actively need to put in the effort required to at least have someone take him seriously, but he doesn't do that. So he disqualifies himself, not just on the merit of his effort, but also due to the fact that he will never be Japanese.
Yeah, no, that's all entirely a fair point. Yeah, but it's, at most, he could hope to be treated like a VIP hotel guest. Because that is the most that anybody will regard him as. Even if he gets citizenship, anything.
Or he could try to strive, like I remember one of the music composers for Ghost of Tsushima, that entire development team for the game were honored by the Japanese government. So it's like, you could get recognized by the Japanese, but you need to put in a considerable amount of effort for that.
Yes, if you do make a significant contribution to the arts and have a massive cultural impact, but even just a noticeable cultural impact in Japan, they do have avenues towards permanent residency and citizenship that you can pursue. And there's even certain awards that I believe are bestowed upon people like that by the Prime Minister or the Emperor, which it's not only an incredibly high honor in Japanese society, but it's also you get rewarded with a pension. You basically get a small pension for when you retire. Aiden, hello, happy birthday, Rex. It is not my birthday, but thank you very much, nevertheless. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I saw people react being like, I think it's important we got the locals' opinions on this. I am inherently a local, and I lived in Meguro for 3 years or so. But at what point do you become a local? What point does your opinion become valid?
It counts when you can speak the language, Chris. If you're not going to learn it, then leave. Go back to England. Alyssa was taking college courses in Japanese at the 6-year point,
recommend to go
yet
back
at
to
that
England.
point, you
I don't
couldn't
think
even
Ethan
handle
wants to go
Harry
back to
Potter or
England.
say basic sentences without stumbling. How am I supposed to believe you have an informed opinion on the ideas of Japanese people when you can't even speak to them on a level higher than a 6 or a 7-year-old?
And I had people attack me this year. They'd be like, well, Chris is wrong, he's just a foreign guy living in Japan. We had some things happen earlier on this year, which I won't dredge up, but people were ruling out my opinion because I wasn't Japanese.
The cultural tide has shifted, and you're not keeping up. You're being left behind, Chris. You're being rendered irrelevant. Your relevancy has slipped because you're not keeping up with the way the winds are blowing or the way the cultural tides are going in or out. And so you risk a loss of relevance as a result.
Let me clarify that because I think he's being unclear here on purpose. He had Japanese people attack him for stupid opinions that he had. I mean, Chris, you're the exact kind of entitled foreigner that everyone hates in places like America. You don't speak the language, you advocate in favor of things that Japanese people don't want, like vandalism, and you're like, yeah, what Japan really needs is a ton of poor people from foreign countries.
So, wait a minute, we need to go back to a frame here. This is a live stream on YouTube. And somebody... Oh, this was a bridge that Oriental Pearl was up on, showing off all the graffiti. Someone spray paints NFKE, and Chris writes in the comments section, NFKE is a graffiti artist, making excuses for ugly graffiti.
The only time I would say graffiti can be excused if the person has actual talent. That's mediocre.
Yeah, that's just tagging something. That's just being a little punk or a dick and, spray painting your name and saying NFKE was here.
Yeah, it doesn't have any class behind it. You're just kind of like...
Yeah. At least somebody like Banksy, for all of his shitty politics, at least he puts in the effort. At least he puts in the work and creates something that is genuinely fucking impressive. NFKE, this is just, at most he's just some little punk-ass bitch or some, wannabe gangbanger doing tagging acts in a foreign country. It's like, what the fuck are you doing here, bringing that shit over to a relatively low crime, high trust, monocultural society, an ethno-state, as it were? What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out. The Japanese, and everyone else for that matter, does not have any need nor desire to see that sort of shit in a major city in Japan. No. Just fuck off.
Vandalism, and you're like, yeah, what Japan really needs is a ton of poor people from foreign countries who won't learn the language to move here and replace the local population. Then you go and defame someone who's actually trying to help the Japanese. I'm sorry, I guess your film studying hobbies were more important than learning the language and respecting the culture that's invited you in. Anyway, it's actually insane how easy it was for Chris to defame Oriental Pearl, because basically no one fact-checked him. I think the lesson of the day here is that we shouldn't just blindly believe people, especially if they aren't very transparent about their sources. Like maybe if, say, a former professional doxer named Candace Owens starts citing her dreams as a resource, you should be suspicious.
Like I just said, had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. And so for me, you don't have to believe that, but I do believe that. And it was the immediate sense I got, actually.
Things that didn't
And I
happen
don't
for
know who
1,000,
exactly
Bob.
it is that betrayed him, but I also felt in the dream that it is soon going to be revealed, that it's actually inevitable that it is going to be revealed, that there is nothing and no one that is going to stop the truth from coming out, and it is going to have international consequences. Take that to the bank. Quote me on that.
No, I don't think I don't think I will, Candace. As a matter of fact, this is all giving off vibes of, darling, you cheated on me in my dream. Which my ex-wife tried that shit on me, and I held my ground rather firmly and said, you know, it's a good thing it was a dream, but that did not fucking happen. Again, I say, it was a dream. It did not actually happen. What you dreamt up is fantasy, is not reality. Which you should definitely be incredibly obvious and over the top obnoxious about that sort of thing anytime a woman tries that shit on you. To let them know, no, we're not having that shit. We are not dealing with that.
Exactly.
You want to find some sort of creative excuse to be annoyed or angry at me, you're going to have to do a much better job than that. Valley Ryan, welcome in. What the fuck? If anything, that's insecurity manifesting into her dream or subconscious. Yes, I think that's exactly what it is. It's just insecurity at the end of the day.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just needing to be reminded that what is real is that that did not actually happen. And that, no, faithfulness is still the reigning theme of the day.
Mm.
You're probably
You
just
ask
laughing.
this.
Mm-hmm.
Since she obviously accused you of cheating on her in a dream, did she ever ask you, would you still love me if I was a worm?
No. No, never really asked. To my ex-wife's credit, she knew better than to ask stupid questions like that.
I wanted to finish my bingo.
Say again?
I wanted to tick off my checklist so I could get a bingo.
Okay, I must be leaving coming back at the wrong time because the only thing I hear when I come back is, would you tell me if I was a worm? That's all I hear when I come back. That's just my tiring. What is the my tiring today?
Just poor timing, I guess.
People like this, instead of giving them millions of views.
You never know
That's
what you're
really
going to come
the
back
issue
to.
here. It's the lack of ridiculing people for not being transparent about their resources. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right. That was Think Before You Sleep. Valley Ryan, welcome in.
Hello.
All right. So we just got done with a semi-serious video here. We're just sort of easing our way towards the lighter things. Let's see here.
I told you your tabs would multiply.
Yeah.
The thing is this, do the tabs even decrease? Do they ever get less? Has there been a time where
They
you could say
do,
the tab
eventually.
counts so many? Eventually.
All right. I want to.
I thought for my stream that I done today, I had about 10 tabs open, and I thought it was a lot. And then I see this, and I'm like, nah, it wasn't that much.
Glad I can make you feel your clutter, your mess of tabs is smaller in comparison.
I do organize them. I will say that by topic.
Mine's organized for the most part.
The pause as soon as you said it's organized.
Yeah,
For the most part.
Mostly. There's a method to the absolute madness. Anyways, enough about my tab count. Let's actually try and get rid of some of these tabs. Let us put some productivity to these completely and entirely unwarranted complaints. Okay, so staying on Japan, but transitioning over to the world of moving things, because I've got a few things about trains and cars. So, who here, well, I should probably ask, who here has either been to Japan or knows anything about Japan's public transport systems in their cities?
Never been, but I learned a little bit in my high school Japanese class.
Okay. All right, good.
Very little.
Okay.
Only know a fair bit from when Resort went to Japan.
Oh, that's right. He did go not too long ago, didn't he? Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe he told you about this. Maybe he didn't. But there's a fun little bit of musicality to Japanese trains. Many of the stations, especially if you're in Tokyo, for example, have departure melodies. It's actual music that has been composed by a musician. There's a few musicians that get employed for this sort of thing. One in particular is fairly famous, and he actually enjoys a reputation as being the most played musician in the world just because of how many people hear his music. Is the bloke who headed up the jazz fusion band in Japan called Cassiope. He's composed a lot of train melodies, but it is a fascinating world, these Japanese train melodies. Let's explore.
Public transportation systems around the world tend to have a combination of sounds that make up its own unique sonic identity. And if you've ever been to London,
mind the gap between the train and the platform. Edgware Road.
Or New York City.
Yep, I relate to this one. Because I've actually taken these
You
trains
might be
before.
familiar with these sounds. But while these sounds might be unique, they're not exactly pleasant. And that's why in Japan, they take a different approach to shaping the public transport's sonic identity by using short, crafted musical ideas. This practice dates back to 1951, when Bungo Taketa Station in the west of Japan started to play the song Kojo no Tsuki on a phonograph to mark train departures.
We're taking a train or entering a monastery.
That's why I was
The
laughing.
composer of the piece,
That's why I
Rentaro
was
Taki,
laughing.
was born in Taketa, so authorities presumably came up with the idea in order to add a little local flavor, as well as express their pride in him being from the region. The song itself was actually covered in a jazz arrangement by Thelonious Monk, under the name Japanese Folk Song.
Oh, interesting.
A second departure melody, which
a lot of people don't really know, but most modern Japanese music owes its existence and derives a lot of influence and inspiration from jazz.
Called Hasha Melody in Japanese, popped up a couple of decades later on the Keihan Electric Railway at Yodoyabashi Station, inspired by a naval bugle call. Up until this point, stations tended to use loud bells to announce train
That was a
departures.
baseball tune.
It does a bit. Sounds like an organ being playing it.
But these were unpopular with travelers, who found them to be too loud and harsh, diminishing the experience of using public transport, and also got complaints from people living close to stations for the same reason. So after Japan's railways were privatized at the end of the 1980s, JR East, the company that serves the east of Japan, including Tokyo, worked with instrument manufacturer Yamaha to compose departure melodies for Japan's busiest two stations, Shinjuku and Shibuya. They proved to be a hit and were hailed for reducing noise pollution, as well as making it easy to identify which train on which platform was leaving and how long you had left to board the train, therefore reducing the need for passengers to rush in the train station. And things really accelerated in the 1990s when departure melodies started to be used in stations all across Japan.
It's amazing the effect of just a little bit of soothing music can have on masses of people. Because I do remember seeing like old footage of train guards just having to absolutely cram people into trains and people, crowding around the doorways to get in and out of cars. And it's just all of that. I never really noticed that being an issue when I was in Japan, which was long after they started implementing these sorts of measures.
Hundreds of melodies in use today. And while the early melodies were primarily to help train station chaos, as I mentioned, they started to be used for other purposes in the 2000s. By far the most common purpose is to highlight something of significance that is local to the area where the station is located. These are called local departure melodies. So similar to the way composer Rentaro Taki was honored back in 1951 in the first ever train departure melody, a local departure melody might be using a famous song from an artist born in that region, like the song Sukiyaki being played at Keikyu Kawasaki Station in honor of Kawasaki-born crooner Kyu Sakamoto.
I may have to mute this.
But it's not just limited to honoring people. Kamagome Station in Tokyo, in an area known as the birthplace of a particular variety of cherry blossom trees, uses the song Sakura Sakura, a traditional Japanese folk song depicting the spring, which is typically when these trees bloom.
Resort, welcome in.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello there.
We are exploring the whole world of Japanese train melodies.
I would like to say this. One of the other purposes that come from this, and it was mentioned earlier on in the video, where it's the very first local departure melody. It gives a sense of basically national pride, but on a much more smaller scale, because people from the specific region are going to be very happy about the fact that there's departure music specifically curated for that region.
Yeah. Or even something that's iconic being assigned as their departure melody. I forget which station it is, but there's actually one that plays the Godzilla theme as its departure melody.
Wait,
yes,
what? Yo,
I kid you not.
Awesome.
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's
All day just to hear it.
I know, right? It would it's somewhat stylized, synthesized version, but it is still effectively the same melody that's heard throughout so many Godzilla films.
And Fukaya City, known for cultivating large spring onions, uses a tune translated as the Onion March.
What? Yeah, what is the elevator music, kind of? So it kind of sounds
Another low-hanging
elevator music.
Yeah, just a little bit, doesn't it?
fruit is songs that mention places directly in their lyrics, like legendary pop singer Yumi Matsutoya's song Ame no Station, which translates to Rainy Station, and whose narrative takes place in Nishi Tachikawa Station. Sport?
That almost sounds like music you'd hear on like the Japanese version of Sonic CD.
I can kind of hear that.
Much lighter, more relaxing version of Palm Tree Panic or something. Or Quartz Quadrant.
Teams are also highlighted quite often, with stations near football or baseball stadiums featuring a team chant. Inspiration sometimes also comes from the fictional world, and a good example of this is the melody of Takadano Baba Station, taken from the anime series Astro Boy, which references the area in the series and whose production company is based there in real life.
That's perfect. have to mute this to avoid a copyright strike.
Aww.
Well, this is safe. Should be safe. I mean, how can you be in a bad mood after hearing that?
Also been several instances of melodies from Western classical music, as well as tunes made as ads promoting drinks like Coca-Cola, whiskey, and beer. Now, while all of these categories cover a significant number of stations, there are also a ton of original melodies that have been crafted specifically to be used as train departure melodies. Minoru Mukaya is one of the most
That's him. Minoru Mukaya. He's the former, I guess he's like the lead performer for Cassiope, the Japanese jazz fusion group. And he has composed so many train melodies. That's pretty much all he does in his retirement years these days, is just come up with train melodies for Japanese train stations.
Crafted specifically to be used as train departure melodies. Minoru Mukaya is one of the most prolific composers of these original melodies, having composed hundreds of them for over 100 stations. He got his start as keyboardist for jazz fusion band Cassiopeia in the 70s, and then later founded the company Ongakukan, which spoke to Mukaya's other passion, trains, releasing a popular series of trains.
He's a jazz musician and he's a train otaku. I love it.
Simulator games, and even building real-life simulators for crew.
Say that again?
I said, why can I have him like with one of those little train sets? He just plays over there and goes.
Oh, he does one even better. He has his own private train simulator. I believe we're looking at it right now.
Oh my god.
Train. So composing train departure melodies really is the perfect coming together of his two passions, and makes him a good person to look at when trying to figure out what makes a good train departure melody. Tokyo Metro trains apparently spend an average of 7 seconds on the platform with the doors open, which is really not very long at all. So the first practical characteristic is that the melodies need to be efficient and instantly recognizable. Although on regular trains across the country, melodies can be up to 30 seconds long and have more room to develop.
Resort, I think you were breaking up there. What were you trying to say?
Wait, what?
I think you were...
Your audio was cutting out.
Oh, wait, I didn't say anything.
Oh, all right.
Composing the melodies, Mukaya makes sure not to forget the main overarching reason that they started to be preferred over bells at most stations.
聞きやすい音がもちろん大事ですね。発車メロディーでなんか気持ち悪いってなったら元も子もないので、あまりキンキンすると今度耳がガンガンになっちゃうので。
Before starting on a new melody for a station, he does some deep research on the railway company and the region to ensure the melody will represent their characteristics accurately.
私の発車メロディーは結構そのイメージっていうの
The approach is creating a harsh melody is to consider the railway company's colors, what they represent, as well as the region in which the railway operates. So he really does a deep dive in local flavor. And uses those elements to compose a pleasant melody that's also a functional safety measure.
昔の東京のエリアもですね、下町と呼ばれてそこは下町っぽく少しこの和楽器を入れてって
Love that.
で次今度学生街みたいな時行ったとかはそのヤングジェネレーションの方にちょっと音楽的な思考を向けてと
But not only does he take into account railway branding and regional characteristics, he'll even travel to the train station itself to see if there are any extra bits of inspiration he can squeeze out from the way that the station is structured.
ほとんど大体乗ったと思います。こ
every
の駅だったら例えばこういうふうに電車が入ってくるなとかそのカープとかも大体覚えてるんでこう入ってくる電車にはこういう音楽だろうみたいな感じで作ってますね。
One of the melodies he's created was even based on the uphill journey it has to take to the next station.
My favorite!
But thinking about it further, there must be some other...
I was gonna say that's one of my like sports channels.
musical and sonic constraints due to the nature of where these melodies are played.
これはベリーシークレットフォーミュラですけどね。
For instance, there tends to be a lot of constant low-frequency sounds at train stations, from the sound of passing trains to air conditioning. The speakers used to play these sounds might also not be that large and capable of producing bassy frequencies anyway. So in order to make their melodies cut through, composers have to rely on brighter sounds in higher registers, like percussive synths and bells, while still...
That's true. Old outdoor speakers, what's the first thing that goes? It's always the bass.
Still avoiding it being too grating. Though, as Mukaya said in that earlier clip, he might also include more traditional instruments for more traditional areas. Another consideration is how complex the melody and underlying harmony of the piece is. You can't be doing virtuosic solos over harmonically complex and dissonant chords when people are just trying to get to work. Here's another famous and prolific composer of departure melodies, Hiroshi Shiozuka, talking about how he approaches composing departure melodies.
駅のメロディーが流れてるところと確かに雑踏もあるし、電車の通過音もあるしね。だけどそこの中で皆さんにちゃんと聴いてもらう。そして皆さんの印象に残る音楽、起承転結を描く形で終わる10秒ぐらいの音楽を作って皆さんの度肝を抜いてやろうと、そういう気持ちで作ってました。
And he also touches on the concept of a climax.
That can be really hard to pull off, harder than you think. I mean, you only have 10 seconds to work with. And you would think, oh, you just come up with a catchy little jingle and that's it. Now that time constraint, that alone, I think, that makes it a pretty hard job what they've got to do. So
Well, not only that, you have to make it unique.
yes, yeah, you can't just do little tiny variations on one theme and think, oh, done. Nah, that's not going to work.
Which is an important one. Since these melodies ultimately tell the user when the boarding is ending, it's crucial that they convey a sense of finality, so that even someone who isn't intimately familiar with the melody can tell when it's about to end. For that reason, these melodies can employ tricks like using ascending or descending sequences to mimic motion, and using perfect cadences to signal that the piece is complete. Some can even make the use of a changing tempo, for instance, slowing down towards the end of a piece to really drive the point home. Mukaya has done so many of them that he even started to get more ambitious. On several lines where he composed all the melodies, he has made it so that each station's melody follows on from the previous one, so that if you travel along the whole line, you can listen to a larger, more complete composition, like on the Tokyo Metro's Tozai line.
Look at that.
Oh my god.
That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
Now, we've been focusing so far on the departure melodies, but there is actually a concept of an approach melody as well, for when the train is arriving. These tend to draw from the same inspiration well as the departure melodies, and still serve the purpose of allowing passengers to identify which train is approaching. But these are less time critical, and therefore they're often longer. With so many melodies deployed across Japan, it's also no surprise that this has attracted a group of superfans called Ototetsu, who avidly keep track of new or changing melodies and share recordings with each other online. There have also been official
I have seen some of these YouTube channels, and yeah, it's almost encyclopedic sometimes, the way they keep track of these things. It's genuinely, it's levels of autism I didn't think were possible, but here we are.
Levels of autism.
It's a level of enlightenment very few reach.
Right. But you know, it's fun, and everybody needs a hobby, so you know you can't fault them for that.
CD releases of collections of departure melodies, cementing their place as works of art
they even got
rather than
CDs.
just a functional sound. And with the high degree of care poured into each original melody in order to capture the local flavor, as well as the frequency with which they're heard by locals, they've become audio postcards, tiny cultural ambassadors that turn each station into a sonic landmark. So presumably, as these melodies get phased out and replaced, as they are being in certain places, they will also become sources of nostalgia for people, just like visiting an old neighborhood or your childhood home. If you enjoyed this video, there are more videos over here for you to check out. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so on Patreon or buy me a coffee, or you can come join our Discord community. The links are in the description. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time on Mixed Signals. Bye bye.
Mixed Signals, okay.
Yes.
We are giving that a like, and there's the link in chat for everybody. That's cool. Okay. Let's see what next.
Sorry, I'm just laughing like I got the rap or something. I don't know why, but the song Under the Sea just like popped in my head. Just as a Chin Rabbit just go. That's all I'm picturing in my head.
If Tokyo Disneyland ever had like a monorail system or something like that, that would be perfect. I tell you what, on a that can be your wake-up call. Let's see.
Funny thing, we are actually getting a Pokemon fossil museum.
A fossil museum of fictitious creatures?
Yes, it's going to debut in the U.S.
Really? Where?
It has yet to be determined, but it is a joint production between Japan and the United States to be like, hey, we'll do this.
Interesting.
Aren't they opening up a theme park in like France or something?
I think so.
That everyone went, huh?
It sort of makes sense if it's Pokemon themed. I mean, Japanese are big Francophiles.
I'll have to look more into it to see if there's any projected areas, but yeah. Lovely little thing.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm getting is the Poke Park. No, the one there are stairs here. You might want to be healthy.
Interesting.
There's stairs here. Please be healthy.
Nocturnal Nomad writing, I heard it's going to be in Chicago. Interesting choice.
Oh, if that's going to be in Chicago, that is an easy drive for me.
I'm sure I can say the
Just
same.
be sure to visit before they.
I was gonna say that either Chicago. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, Chicago of all places. I'm not sure why they would pick that.
It's a choice.
Yeah, that is a choice. I don't know if that's the
Either
best
Chicago
one.
or California.
Yeah, don't know if that'd be any better either. Well, staying on the subject of trains, got one here I want to get to. Riding first class on Japan's bullet train Shinkansen from Tokyo to Kyoto. It's apparently a rather unusual route. This is from ST Travel. Now, we've seen some first-class train rides before on the channel. This one, I think, is a little bit different, though. Also, take a look at business class. The journey will begin at Tokyo Station. 6:53 a.m. and it is that bright out in front of Tokyo Station. Really is the land of the rising sun. Oh, here we are at the Yaesu exit to Tokyo Station. That's where you have to go to find the ticket counter for Shinkansen. if you've got a Japan Rail Pass, certain routes of the Shinkansen are available with your Rail Pass, but there's others, like I think it's the Nozomi line, that are not included. And I think Tokyo to Kyoto might also be one of those that is not included. So you will actually, if you find yourself on the old side of Tokyo Station like we started out in, yeah, you're looking at walking all the way to the other side, the Ieyasu side, and that's where you get your tickets.
Welcome. Please select a ticket type.
Oh, so we're not just going to be on one train. There's going to be 3 trains in total. It costs over 40,000 yen. That's about $267 and change US, or about £200. Yes. Going through the ticket gate, and our cameraman's heading to the usual spot to wait. Ekibenya Matsuri. It's a lunchbox shop. 200 varieties of ekiben, or lunchboxes, from all over Japan.
Oh, cute.
There's beef ekiben. There's a heating ekiben. Apparently some sort of heating element. You pull a string or something like that, and it starts to heat up your ekiben. It's almost like the heating element that's in military MIEs. This was filmed at the time of the Osaka Kansai Ekiben Fair. There's a Masatake mushroom sukiyaki rice ekiben. Looks rather tasty. After purchasing, we head over to the Shinkansen platform. We go through the ticket gate again. We've got Shinkansen information displayed on these screens here. Today's train is going to be 12 cars. Car 12 is our grand class, or first class. Here we are on the platform. There's the Tohoku Shinkansen Hayabusa. Fastest Shinkansen in Japan. Top speed 198 miles per hour. There's the Yamagata Shinkansen Tsubasa. Coupled up to the Yamabiko Tohoku Shinkansen. And this one is the one that people are probably most familiar with. That's the Tokaido Shinkansen. It's the N700S series, latest and greatest. Runs directly from Tokyo to Kyoto in just over 2 hours.
I can't remember the last time I was on a train. And the reason why I haven't been on a train in like years is just due to the fact that the railways have been stolen.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that my government bought trains that were too big for the railway as well.
Excellent planning.
How do you buy trains that are too big for your train system?
We've still been trying to figure that out because the trains are here, but as I said, they're too big for the railways.
Well, they don't even fit on the rails, or they're just too fat to go around the corners, or...
No, so like those trains were built for a very specific size railway, and our railways were already like developed. And so there was going to be an issue with getting the trains fitted onto the rails.
I see.
Did they not measure the length of the rails before getting the train?
The thing is, it's like, if my government was more competent, I'd say they'd do that. But here's a perfect example. We have only one license printing machine in my country that regularly breaks. We just have the one. So if you need a driver's license and that machine isn't working, you're out of luck.
Wow.
Oh my god. No words, just
maddening levels of incompetence there.
Only thing I can say is this.
Yeah, fitting. Fitting. Hmm. You know, I think I used to have a little Tomica toy version of this train we're going to be riding on today. That is a fairly cool exterior. Anyways, we're riding on the Hokuriku Shinkansen something. Oh, it's at 8:11 a.m. bound for Suruga. There we are, car 12. That's where it should be parking. Somewhat superhero-like design. Blue, gold, and white livery. Honestly, it looks like a spaceship. So it reads Kagayaki 505 bound for Suruga. Worried whether this rather large suitcase will be able to fit. But those the Raj and Red will be traveling. And that fare is going to be $231. But now you can see the Francophile influences here, calling it Grand Class. Combination of the French Grand and the English class. Equivalent to first class on an aeroplane or in a hotel suite. There's only 18 seats in Grand Class. And the seating arrangement is 1x2. Do have overhead luggage racks similar to what you'd find on an aeroplane. Will it fit? Yes, it will. Fit just fine. Oh, they also have blankets available for rental. It's got space behind the seats, so you could, in theory, slide a suitcase back there as well.
True.
You could put your suitcase there, but some are concerned it might get stolen. Though it is Japan, risk of that is still fairly low. And in the sign of the times, only one attendant on board for Grand Class, but then again only 18 seats, so...
The next stop will be Ueno.
Yeah, they don't expect it to be very busy up there.
Oh, you get a gift bag with mineral water and wet wipes. And dried apples and nuts. And there's the food menu. A welcome message, welcome to Grand Class. Grand Class delivers quality and spaciousness unprecedented in train travel. Our service reflects the comfort and tranquility of the countryside through which you will travel. We will be attentive to your individual needs so that you may enjoy the trip in your own way. So light meal provided early on. Looks like some wine or some sort of juice. Let's see what sort of alcoholic drinks we've got. Beer, red or white wine, sake, cognac, and non-alcoholic sparkling wine. Well, you know you're in Grand Class if they're offering cognac. Plus tea, coffee, sodas, that sort of thing. Oh, and you also get free amenities like slippers, shoe horns, and blankets. light meal menu, courtesy of Dean and DeLuca. We've got Western fare, corn and edamame salad timbal, whiting and roasted seaweed risotto, Iwate Michinoku Seiryu chicken meatball.
Just the one.
Just the one. And Akatsuki peach panna cotta. Then there's the Japanese menu, which is grilled chicken marinated in Edo sweet miso, an ostrich fern, steamed and fried minced tomato and chicken, and Hakata chicken liver and cheese pastry. Chicken liver and cheese and a pastry. I don't know how well that goes together. Vinegar... Yeah, the liver itself is like... ugh. Vinegar jellyfish, French beans, eggplant and bonito and kudzu starch, a pumpkin salad and grilled rockfish marinated in miso. I don't know, they all sound so bougie, but I think I'd rather have the Japanese fare.
The thing for me is it's like, I have had Japanese food before and it always still phases me when you just read the descriptions because it's like, would I want to eat jellyfish?
Would you?
You only live once.
Have you eaten jellyfish before?
Oh, no. I haven't. But would I try it? We'll see.
Do you think
I mean,
it'd be
yeah.
like chewing on like a jello or a pudding, like if it was more solid?
I'd certainly try it once.
Yeah. Can't imagine have much in terms of taste. You might have to put some soy sauce on it or something. And, you know, hope that they cut out the bits that can sting you, that you're forced to pee on to numb the pain.
Yes, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't make you eat the tentacles.
Well, you never know. Sometimes they might leave that stuff in for presentation and you're not aware, and then you go to eat it and all of a sudden you have this excruciating pain in your mouth. Let's see, what sort of sweets are we working with? Tochiyaka strawberry pound cake.
I thought it was fudge because it's so brown.
I was gonna say that looks really tiny.
It looks
really
so
tiny.
small and just so sad looking on that little sterile white plate.
No presentation whatsoever. It almost looks as sad as if you took a slice of white bread and just slapped it on a plate.
Almost, yeah. Though I guess you're supposed to eat it with chopsticks or something, so I don't know.
Get a decorated plate.
Duc de Montaigne, made in Belgium, a non-alcoholic sparkling wine. Cameraman opted for the Japanese meal. Cutlery is eco-friendly, not that we care about that. Right, time to get bougie. Poured it all fancy-like into the glass. There's the grilled chicken marinated in Edo sweet miso. That's an ostrich fern. That's the minced tomato and chicken. The livery bit there, the chicken liver, couldn't quite get to that one. Then there's the little mochi thing. Vinegar jellyfish, green beans and eggplant. And there's the grilled rockfish. That's the pumpkin salad. Portions were small and unsatisfying.
I mean, it's a light meal.
It was obvious from the portion itself and the menu. I think that's the only one thing that's like a downside from having a upper class experience when it comes to fine dining is that all of the portion sizes are just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, the tiny little European portions, and you're always left wanting more.
I mean, I get it if you're like sampling a variety of different foods, but if it's literally all you're eating is that small plate or whatever, it's just like, yeah, you're gonna be hungry later.
Yes.
Yeah.
So probably the top tip is to bring some snacks. Angel, I think we're getting some bleed over of music in the background. No, that's all right. I just.
I'm trying to fix that for like a
No,
few
no,
minutes.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just trying to avoid a copyright strike.
The stop after Omiya will be Nagano.
There goes another one.
Yeah.
Is it the same one?
Like I said, I was trying to fix that for like a few minutes.
I do love those colors though.
Yes. It's a crowded platform. Party no Miya. 230 kilometers per hour, about 140 miles per hour. And just what is the maximum speed? 275 kilometers per hour. And we're getting up there fairly quickly. Look at that. 168 miles per hour. And yet you barely feel it in there. Max speed can only be reached between Omiya and Takasaki. And then after that, only reaches 260 km/h. Still, that's really bloody fast. Right.
Take where you need to go.
Exactly. It's pound cake time. Okay, so that's... well, that's a decent portion.
Was awful. It did not do it any favors.
Yeah. That's the,
as hell.
the herbal tea has got good presentation to it.
And it's bigger than the meals.
And it's all you can drink.
Wow.
Passing Takasaki Station. Doesn't even bother stopping there. Right, now we get to examine the seats. It's an elegant calm interior. Seats are a back shell type. This reminds you of those massage chairs you see in the shopping malls. Comfy headrest. It's adjustable. Genuine leather upholstery. Nice bit of tufting there. Or whatever they call that. Quilting. That's a quilting pattern. Adjustable reading light. Cocktail tray. Pull-out dining table. You could have pulled out.
Yeah.
Made of foldable aluminium. A handy seat pocket. Fancy controls.
I would be surprised if it was not a massage chair.
Right. Oh, and there's an attendant call button. You know, if you need something. Looks like no massage function, but it reclines.
Ew. Could have gone all the way.
You can recline up to 45 degrees. So not exactly lie flat seating, but it'll do.
kick the person in front of you.
Just put your spite ticket.
Oh, that's a shoe tray. You can set your shoes there. And you've got hooks for coats and your shopping and everything. Pull down blind. That's your display board whenever you're coming up on your next station. Not a whole lot of people here. And this is... what is this? Oh! Slippers.
I knew it was the slippers.
Then there's... we got magazines. Trainsville. And Nishinavi. Also have instructions on how to use the seats. Even the reading light cover has the Grand Class logo on it. And there's a partition between the seats. So, you know, if you don't want to talk to people, there's that.
Put the thing up and go. Sorry, I don't want to talk to you. I'm gonna find my.
Single seat definitely has more roominess to it. Almost to Nagano here. Traveling almost 152 miles per hour. Just about an hour and a half after departing Tokyo, you're already in Nagano. Not crowded at all. It's the Hokuriku Shinkansen Asama. Runs between Tokyo and Nagano. We hear a chime.
電気、トイレを含めましてすべて禁煙利用。電気をご利用。
How's the Wi-Fi?
電気および車内への危険物の持ち込みは。
It's fairly slow Wi-Fi.
As stated by fast.com.
Nagano Prefecture hosted its fair share of Winter Olympics. Some say it's the Switzerland of Japan.
The slowest Wi-Fi on there, guys.
Lacquered red panel with a cherry blossom design. It's lovely. Little birdies. There's a sink in the washrooms in the back. And from there you go on to business class. The washroom is wheelchair accessible. Rather spacious. More spacious than even a unit bath. One would hope. And you get a Toto washlet with it. Brilliant. Yes, let's get away from the peasants in business class and get back to grand class.
The peasants is crazy.
Oh, there's the men's washroom. And there's a sink and unisex washroom. And that's marked ladies' room. Grand class ticket required to enter. Well, lucky for us, we've got that. So what we've seen here is seasonal flora and fauna found in the Hokuriku region in Japan. Right, back to the sea. Grand class wine list available online. Chardonnay and Koshu white wine blend, a Grand Class original from Man's Wines in Yamanashi Prefecture.
Here's an interesting tidbit. I actually have a cousin named Chardonnay.
Oh?
And my older sister is Chardonnay, but with an S.
Oh my god.
My family was very creative.
Did you happen to have another cousin named Muscat Bailey?
Unfortunately, no. The trend stopped with the two women.
Oh. Oh, it's a pity. Would be a neat little trend there.
Yeah.
Katsuyama Sake.
Oh my god.
Junmai. Hennessy Cognac. Oh yes, we did buy an Ekibin, didn't we?
When I saw they provided meals, I'm like, oh, does that mean his Ekibin's gonna go to waste? Nope. No, because the meal they provided was pitiful.
Definitely get an Ekibin if you ride one of these trains, chat. And to heat it up, it's just as simple as pulling the string there.
No, not.
On the left is rice seasoned with mushrooms and chestnuts. And on the right, sukiyaki. Seasoned rice is delicious with a portion as small. It's a raised bottom container similar to ones you might find at Konbini. Sukiyaki meat is supposed to be good too. It's good enough, he ate the whole thing. Quick lime and water, the two of those mix and that's how it heats up. Already we are in Toyama Prefecture. I think you can see the ocean from here, but nope. It's all blocked by buildings and other Shinkansen. 2 hours and 14 minutes from our start time in Tokyo. We're in Toyama, and then we leave. Next stop is Kanazawa.
Please watch your step when you leave the train.
Hokuriku Shinkansen run till March of 2024. Now it's extended to Suruga. Just after 10:45 in the morning, Kanazawa. That's a 2.5 hour trip we've seen compressed into 22 minutes. We leave Kanazawa. Next stop is Fukui. There's been a lot of incidents and accidents in Tojindo nearby.
I know.
But hey, if you're in Fukui, try the crab. True.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Literally put several signs, put up a whole fence, and then would ignore the signs and climb over the fence, and then wonder.
Is it illegal?
God, why is this illegal? Why am I injured? Why am I dead?
They were like, is this illegal? Can we go here? I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. They wouldn't mind if I go here. Thank you.
Like a brand new train station they built here. Feels more like an international airport than a train station.
Hi, Flo. Doggo, what's my attention?
Looks like a good place to stop over for a day or two. A very big open-air 7-Eleven.
Nice.
And a souvenir shop. The bentos are tempting, but our cameraman is full.
Wouldn't surprise me that box.
The Kui sauce cutlet bowl. Crab and blackthroat sea perch. There's also local coffee. And dinosaur coffee.
Hell yeah.
And from the three prefectures, snow crab chips. They sound tasty. Oh, and shrimp chips. Yeah, those are fairly popular. Fukui famous for its dinosaur museum.
Right.
And of course, Shinkansen toys. Kyoto matcha latte.
Those for a second.
Thunderbird Limited Express. Right to platforms 33 and 34 we go. There's even an Ekiben vending machine, because of course there is. It's Japan after all. It also looks tempting, but again, cameraman was full. Thunderbird Limited Express takes you between Kyoto and Osaka. I've ridden on a Limited Express before. There's the one between Ikebukuro Station and Narita Airport, stopping on the Tokyo Station at one point. It's a fairly comfy train. And this one's been in operation since October 1964. You wouldn't know it by looking at it. It still looks fairly modern.
Maybe they renovated the inside.
Probably. They take care of their things.
Taking care of the things, making sure stuff lasts.
There's a little wheel.
Just barely fits.
Just a little.
I would just barely fit in that seat.
A small table.
That is a seat built for a small Japanese person.
I was gonna say you're not a small Japanese man. So.
I am not a small Japanese person by any stretch.
Damn.
No power outlets on the seats, unfortunately. This one goes between Maibara and Nagoya. This one's bound for Maibara. We're gonna make some good time.
Now that's a view.
Indeed. Oh, car's abandoned.
Leave out this boy.
Old style washroom. Yeah, the Shinkansen toilets are definitely better. This is a nice place to wash up. No vending machines. No in-car food carts or anything like that. Stopped at Nagahama Station along the way. Oh, journey's about 34 minutes. It's not bad at all. There's a 9-minute transfer. Mercifully, we can move between platforms in about 3 minutes. Our cameraman got there right as the Shinkansen pulled up. This particular bullet train bound for Shin Osaka. Car 7 is known as S-Work at a business booth. So if you want to get some work done, enjoy a bit of privacy, you've got that as an option. No ground class on this one. Highest class available is business. No padded headrest on this one either.
Damn.
A little bit.
Comfortable enough, I suppose. The seat pattern reminds me of seats in a Volkswagen GTI, a Golf.
Blue, what are you?
And power outlets. Let's see, 2 magazines for green car passengers.
Me.
Do mobile ordering services. There's the N700S. The one we're on is an older N700A. Now, let's see what sort of food you can order. 5-minute wait, that's not bad. Hot coffee, iced coffee, heavy soup beer, Kirin. Oh, Yamazaki single malt. 12 years. Got pistachio and vanilla ice cream. Got some crisps. It's going to be a short ride, so cameraman does not bother ordering anything. And at last check, he's still full. Oh, and they give you wet wipes. Sort of replace the hot towels that they used to hand out. Now, ride to Kyoto, only 19 minutes. Hardly enough time to stuff your face. Traveling at a maximum speed of 177 miles per hour. No wonder it takes less than 20 minutes.
Meow.
That's fast, yeah, no kidding. Cameraman heads to the washroom because, you know, might as well check out what it is we're dealing with if we need to use the loo. It's got a sink. It's got a mirror. It's got a, not a washlet, but a warmlet.
A warmlet?
I guess it's got, emphasizing it's got a heated toilet seat.
Oh.
Which, if you have a Toto washlet, normally that's standard kit. Be nice if they had Grand Class, but, I mean, 20-minute train ride, hardly enough time to enjoy all the amenities of Grand Class. The next station is Kyoto. The doors will open on the right. Mind the gap between the train and the platform.
I can never take the train out seriously, like every day. I can never take the Kyoto?
It would seem so. Here we are. Cameraman stayed in 3 luxury hotels, then took a luxury sleeper train. That is quite a posh journey.
Posh life.
Posh life.
Alright, we will give that a like. We will drop that into chat for everybody else to go check out. And hey, we're closing another tab here. Let's see. Do we want to stay on the subject of Japan travel, or do we want to react to cars?
I will have to depart before that, however.
Oh?
No, I'm saying I have to go. My friend's calling me to play Marvel Rivals.
Oh, alright, fair enough.
Rival.
Thanks for having me on the stream. It was fun talking about trains and such. I will catch all of you guys later. Bye.
Alright. Take care, Damien.
You too.
Actually, we can sort of ease the transition here. This one looks like some fun. This is from the Speed Reels. I tried renting a JDM car in Japan. Here's what nobody tells you.
Oh boy.
3, 2, 1, go.
So you love Japanese sports cars from the 90s. You gather whatever is left in your bank account and you finally buy yourself a ticket to the land of anime and samurais. It's pretty good. Now you want to fulfill your initial D fantasies of driving a JDM R32 or an AE86 on the Japanese mountain roads. So how do you do that? And where do you get one? Stretch tires, of course, because Japanese drift culture. Well, you're not alone, so don't worry, because I've gone through this path last year with a guy who's never watched anime in his life.
These roads are tight, no?
And I'm going to share with you our experience in both its good sides and not so good sides. See the quality of the 1980s design. So this is how it went down.
Is that really so much the quality of the design, or somebody getting a bit rough and manhandling the AC vents and breaking them? Because I'm thinking it's somebody got a bit rough with the vent handles and broke them.
Or both.
Possibly.
Look at the twisty road in front of us.
Plus it's plastic. It's bound to break eventually.
First of all, you don't need to rent a car if you are staying in one of the major cities like Tokyo, Osaka, or even Kyoto, because the public transportation infrastructure is just so strong, convenient, and cheap. You are always a maximum of 10 to maybe 15 minutes away from the nearest train station or even subway sometimes. There are over 820 train stations, for example, in Tokyo, and they are ridiculously cheap. For those full 2 weeks, the total amount I paid for public transportation, excluding the Shinkansen, it was less than $100. And because of how efficient their system is, everything just arrives on time. And I do mean on time. Every train station has its own convenience store that I spent quite a lot of time in because of the amount of good food it has. And then since the network of buses and trains are so interconnected, you can virtually go anywhere without using a car. And now we're heading back to Asakusa Station. We're gonna take the train to get to Shinjuku Station. Now, enough fanboying about the infrastructure. I feel like a civil engineer at the moment. Let's talk about reasons why you should rent a car. Reason number one, going to the countryside. If you're planning on visiting the beautiful countryside of Japan, the only way to go there efficiently would actually be by renting a car. While there are some bus stations in different sides of the countryside, they are not exactly convenient because the buses are not as frequent over there, and at the same time, they take quite a lot of time to travel to those areas. So logically, to explore that side of Japan, you would need to drive a car. Reason number two, which is the reason that pushed us into renting a car, is to visit racetracks such as Tsukuba Circuit. Or meeting points such as Daikoku Futo. Oh, nice. Jason.
Such a fascinating car culture in Japan.
And the third reason is if you have enough money and you want to enjoy the driving experience. Which brings us to fulfilling your initial DA fantasies. Now that's all fun and enjoyable, but you have to also remember that there are some negatives for renting a car in Japan. This is a death trap. Every time he presses on the clutch, I can hear some weird hissing noise, and that's not nice to know. The number one problem that you will face is parking. When we rented the cars, we were staying in Tokyo, and the hotel that we were in did not have its own dedicated parking. And that
big cities like Tokyo, parking is an absolute bitch to deal with.
Yikes.
Yeah, there's even with all of these little car parks where you can, rent a spot for 24 hours or even do like weekly or monthly parking rates or something like that, where they may have like, I kid you not, there are car parks where there are spaces for just one car. That's it. One car.
Just the one.
Just the one.
I know I keep memeing that, but it literally is just the one.
Just the one.
Literally.
But even with all of those sort of dotting the landscape every so often, it's still not enough. Still not enough for the needs of locals, tourists, there's just never enough parking.
This is the case for 95% of hotels in Tokyo. So our solution was to actually find some parking spots that are around, which you will find. There are parking lots all over the place in Tokyo. What we're gonna do now is pay for the parking, the overnight parking. But they do have different pricing and they are not exactly guaranteed, because if it is full, then that's it, it's full. Most of them also lack security, which honestly isn't something that you would really consider when you are in Japan, since it's a mostly safe country. Now those are very slim chances, so it's not really that much of a concern. Price of these freaking parking spots, however, can be insane. You can park your car overnight at one of these places for anywhere between $20 a night to $100 a night. And if you are going to use your car when you're going around, sometimes you will be missing some of the locations that you wanted to visit because they don't have enough parking spots. And sometimes they don't even offer parking to begin with. That amazing Wagyu place that your friends told you should try in Asakusa, forget about it, no parking. The overpriced Michelin star ramen place that everybody keeps drooling about on the internet, not a chance. The mouth-watering egg and cheese sandwich from the...
you can find some place, albeit rather remote, and far away, and you're going to be doing a lot of walking, but at that rate, why have the car?
Convenience store down the street, I hate to break it to you, but they don't have any parking over there. But if you thought parking is your biggest nightmare when you rent a car in Japan, I have some more bad news for you. Because if you decide to take the highway to go between cities, you will be faced with a giant gate of doom that will suck every last penny out of your wallet. Because you, my friend, have arrived at a toll gate. While the attendant in the gate is serving you with a nice smile, unless if he is a 70-year-old bitter Japanese guy who hates foreigners, the toll gates are unbelievably expensive. They are absolutely everywhere. That's why you see some of the Japanese cars, they have an ETC card reader. Every time you come across these toll gates, you will see different signs. There is the purple sign that says ETC, and ETC is essentially a system that allows you to go through these gates with
electronic toll collection. So it's fairly similar to what you have here in America, where you usually have like a sticker with a tiny little transponder built in. You put that on your windscreen of your car, and that's what triggers the gates and everything to go up, or you can just pass through and they bill your account or something like that. Otherwise, they're snapping a picture of your license plate and sending you a bill later on.
Without stopping, because it will detect the signal, it will deduct from your bank account. That we stayed away from. The other one is a green sign with Japanese kanji that says Ippan, which means general. Not the military general, but the in general general. There is always an attendant over there. You will be paying around $15 as a maximum at some of the toll gates. But the problem is, those toll gates are everywhere. I mean, our points of travel consisted of Tsukuba Circuit.
I mean, gosh, there's some toll roads in Texas, for example, where you pay like $2 to go a certain stretch. And anyone would tell you that feels like daylight robbery, but $15, my God.
Central Tokyo, Yokohama.
What's that?
You are cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Hey. But I said I'm pretty sure I can put the same, because for me, tolls over here, at least in New York, tolls over here are $20.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's even worse than Tokyo.
That's within the city.
My God.
So yeah, be careful with toll prices over here.
Yeah.
Odaiba, Fuji Speedway, and the car meeting point at the middle of a bridge that connects Tokyo to Chiba. Just to visit these locations, we paid around $250 just in toll gates. In 3 days! That's a lot of money to spend only on toll gates. Keep in mind, we haven't spoken about fuel and, God forbid, fines as well. So already it is significantly a lot more expensive than Japan.
Oh, yes, that's right. Japan does have speed cameras. So they catch you speeding. They snap a picture and they send you the ticket later on.
Just using the public transportation system. You pay more money, you get a bit more freedom, so you can travel to different locations or spend a considerably less amount of money and spend most of your time in the cities. It is a give and take sort of situation. So let's just put all of that on the side and talk about the core of this video. How can you rent a car in Japan?
We don't have to catch you. We just have to be waiting for you on the other side. Here's
Right.
See, that is something I would love the US to start using, because that would free up a lot of cops' time.
What, speed cameras?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No.
I kind of
good without the dystopian hellscape.
Yeah, no. Red light cameras are bad enough.
I kind of have speed cameras over here.
There is a reason why I say this. Having lived one state over, I got to see more accidents because people were speeding in half a year than I saw in the time I was stationed at Fort Sill.
The squeak as soon
Over.
as you said that.
Yeah, in 5.5 years, less accidents than I was in Illinois for half a year. It's terrifying. I'm not saying everywhere in the U.S., but in the hot spots.
Yeah, maybe.
Because-
Of course, it's a slippery slope sort of thing where at first it starts out in the hotspots and then they're everywhere. And then before long, you've got situations like in the UK where you've got average speed cameras where if they catch you, coming over a bridge or something like that sooner than expected, then you get a ticket. So you have to maintain an absolute constant speed, otherwise you get a speeding ticket.
Yeah, it would. The whole thing, at least, would have to be like extremely regulated on what and where, and how much it's able to be enforced.
I don't know.
I
When you
don't
say
trust
Probably
anybody to
not.
behave themselves.
Which they wouldn't.
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, this is humanity. This is humanity that we're talking about. Any chance of
Exactly.
misbehaving, they go, fuck the rules. You only live once. Let's go.
YOLO.
Sign
sadly,
can't stop me because I can't read.
Oh no.
For a lot of
There-
drivers in
there's
some
a-
states, that's exactly it. Unfortunately.
there is a joke there that I cannot make. I'll make it later.
You know what? It is a meme. Whatever connections people make is completely on them.
Exactly.
In Omoshiro, rent a car to receive
Even
a
my
couple
dog
of
just
cars
looked up
from
like you're
them
like,
over the next 2 days. Now we'll have to differentiate between the two types of cars you would rent in Japan. There is the normal car, which you can rent at the airport or through any of those applications. That would give you a choice of many boring cars that are quite economical that you can use to go in and around cities. That is easy, straightforward, and can be done easily. But what we're focusing on in this video is the second type, which
We're gonna
is...
go on hard
there is
mode.
more. Yes. They've got a couple of AP1 S2000s,
That's
so there's this, and it's
fancy.
over there as well. Here you can find the GTO, Mitsubishi,
Oh
a couple
my.
of Subarus, and then the infamous AE86.
Hachiroku.
Japanese sports cars, or JDMs in general. But in this case, they are actually domestic Japanese,
Hello,
so
my mic.
they're
Hello,
actually
my
just
mic.
cars. This looks like it has seen better days. We've got the new GR86, a couple of old Evos as well, Miatas, and quite a lot of cars really. But the car that we're receiving today is that R33. After we return
Ooh.
the R33 over there, we are gonna
she's
take
gorgeous.
an RX-7, which I don't see at the moment. But
You'll
after
be
the
going
RX-7, we're picking
horny
up
over
this
cars
most
now,
probably,
right?
because I don't see any other S15 around here.
You
That's
can't
an
stop
MR2,
me.
the best generation of the MR2 in my opinion, not the MRS, even though it's supposedly the most capable one. There are different service providers that could provide you with the service of renting a Japanese sports car. Fun to Drive Japan
my
is
God.
one of those providers. They can give you tailored tours to your needs.
Oh,
If you
no.
are in a group, it would be even better. They have a specific schedule where they would take you to explore the beautiful mountain roads in and around Mount Fuji. Visit their
Old
website and
Fair Lady
educate
Zen.
yourself about the different parts of routes and tours that they have. Car Rental Tokyo is another one that I've seen on the internet, and I've got a few people that recommended to us while we were there. We went with Omoshiro Rent-A-Car, which is another popular option that you will immediately find on the first page of Google if you search for car rentals in Japan. Now they have a few locations around Japan, but the one that we went to was their main one. To get there, we used the public transportation system. So from Asakusa to there, it took us around an hour and a half. Now the quality of the cars, you'll have to understand that these cars are rentals and therefore they are abused. For a rental place,
dear.
this is the first time I see a rental place that also acts as a junkyard. Because look at this, that's, I
Jesus
believe that's an
Christ.
R32. There is another S2000 over there. And then you have the very nice Subaru over here. So I don't get
What the
why...
That's a Subaru WRX STI. And it's just surrounded by overgrowth of weeds.
It sure is.
That hurts my heart to see.
I was gonna say, I think I heard a part of you die just now.
Yes.
Nope, that was my dog.
07's in chat for the 07 in chat for the WRX.
Why do they just leave the cars to rot and get eaten by nature? Now, for us, when we see these cars, they are iconic. So we would like to treat them in a very special way. But to most of Japanese people over there, keep in mind that to them, they're just normal cars. Yes, there are quite a lot of enthusiasts in Japan that appreciate these cars. Radio, because why would you need a radio when you have this as your radio? But the vast majority don't really care about cars. So to them, again, they are just sporty cars. That's one side of the coin. The other side of it is a lot of tourists, they rent these cars and they want to make the most out of what they paid for. So to them, it's logical to just abuse these cars. A really badly scuffed wheel and badly repaired as well. A prime example of that is the R33 we rented. The car would not drive straight. A lot of the panels on the inside are broken. Here we have what was supposed to be a cup holder. The door card is barely hanging on. One of the shock absorbers have been bottoming out. But hey, at least the engine was running well. Now all of that made us feel like we got a bit ripped off, but that didn't change the fact that we were in an R33 right-hand drive in Japan, in the countryside, driving towards Tsukuba Circuit. Bro is driving an R33 in a Japanese countryside.
What a car.
Which was an amazing feeling. We felt quite alive and we felt quite a lot of joy. Yo, that's an RWB, man. Go and take a better look at the track. I was on this track 24/7 on Gran Turismo with my friend Safe, just trying to crack the 1 minute mark in the FL5 Type R. So it just feels so surreal to just be here in person. It's just undescribable how beautiful this place is for me. After enjoying our time at Tsukuba and seeing the motorsport scene over there, we went back to Omoshiro Rent-A-Car, dropped the R33 and picked up an FD RX-7. So we're here to pick up the RX-7, which we'll have for the rest of the night. Now the condition of the RX-7 was much better than the R33, but that doesn't mean that the car was in perfect condition, because...
God, that's gorgeous. My dad had one from the 80s. I think he had like an 80 or 82 model. Absolute work of art.
That car also had its own set of flaws. Yes, it was driving straight, the suspension was good, but there was quite a lot of squeaking around the car, mainly because it's old and a lot of rubber starts to deteriorate over time. But every time we go over a speed bump, the whole of the center console just jumps up and goes back into place. But the center console just... What the hell? I don't know what this is. I don't think this is just Mazda build quality. I think this has just been abused. Because look, everything is just flimsy over here. And after I sat down in the car and wanted to close the door handle was so brittle. Here's the door. This is pretty nice. So you have like a small cupboard for money, which is broken. Then door handle, adjustment for whatever. But at least the AC vents were working, so I could direct the air towards me. Honestly, it's just a nice place to be. If you ever wondered about the practicality of an RX-7, here you go.
It's out of the trunk only.
You have this huge space which you can't utilize because that is pretty big. That's what she said. One last look at the dashboard. And... Yes.
Yeah, definitely not as practical as, say, a Corvette with the boot in that one, but yeah, it's minimal requirements for the Grand Touring car, the RX-7.
We had a lot of fun driving around in the RX-7. It's a rotary car in the end, so why wouldn't you enjoy it? That night we made our way back to Tokyo and we tried to go to Daikoku Futo. We're back from Fuji Speedway, ours mate. We are finally back in Tokyo and we got kind of lucky now, because last night we tried to go to Daikoku Futo, and the police has closed off the whole place, and it was telling people to go out. But today it is open, which is one of the major meeting points for a lot of car enthusiasts in Tokyo, and even a lot of foreigners know about it. It is a parking area that is only accessible by a car because it's in the middle of a highway. So you can't really take a bus over there. And if you take a taxi, you're not going to be able to leave. A culture thing in Japan, they call them hitashas. It uses the same kanji as pain. It literally means pain car. When you think
yeah, but it looks so cool. It's a Japanese sports car decorated with waifus. I mean, what's not to love about that?
about it properly, what they're trying to say, this is literally cringe car. You feel pain when you see the car.
No, you don't feel cringe. It looks cool.
Which is sort of discount Daikoku. We parked this 15 over here in the number 15 parking spot. You can see some cars are coming in from Daikoku because they closed it up. The police told everyone to go out. So some of the cars that leave from there, they come to
Porsche. And that Mini
to continue the meet for the rest of the night. What a better way to start your morning, Abdullah.
All right.
RX-7 in the rain in Tokyo with NHK radio. After all of that was done, we had to take back the RX-7 to Omoshiro to take our third car, which was an S15. As we made our way back to Noda, we experienced some rain, which made the atmosphere even more enjoyable. So we've made it. Parked the RX-7 over there. Worthy of a photo. And finally, we picked up the S15, which was by far the cleanest of all of these cars. The only flaw that this car had was that the shifter boot used to pop up every now and then. The S15 is the car that we spend the most time with as well because it stayed with us for a few days. We used it to go to Fuji Speedway so we can attend Ars Meet, which is an annual meeting for all GTR enthusiasts all over Japan. They meet at Fuji Speedway on that specific date. So in conclusion, renting a car in Japan is a very enjoyable experience and it's something that you will never forget. All right, we're done with the day. Time to leave. We got a decent care package over here. But it also comes at its own cost. The car will give you freedom of travel. You can go to different cities. You can go to the countryside, visit racing tracks. And it is essential to go to car meeting points such as Daikoku Futo. But it comes at the cost of difficulty of finding parking spots. And even if you do, you will be paying quite a lot of money. Toll gates are extremely expensive. You'll be spending slightly more money on fuel. And just like any country, you'll be taking the risk of having to deal with the law if you break any of the rules. So before you get too excited, make sure you weigh the pros and cons for those two things. And as always, stay safe and enjoy your time over there. Off to our lovely hotel. Off to our hotel for the last night in Tokyo before we get our things ready tomorrow before the flight. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, leave a like, subscribe. Oh, okay, this is perfect.
Leave a like.
Perfect timing.
We are about to leave.
Exactly. If you like that S15, subscribe. And if you have been to Japan yourself and you've rented a car, let us know down in the comments below if you have any advice for any of the newcomers as well. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode.
It does look like fun. Takes some work though. There's trade-offs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Always is.
Alright. Gave that one a like. Link is in chat for everybody to go check it out for themselves. Let's see. I don't think I'm ever going to get to this one, so we'll close that out. Close that one out too.
Theory of tabs hard once again.
I don't think anybody would be interested in that. Who wants to shoot guns?
Yes.
I do.
Right.
Did you even need to ask?
No secret,
my
I live
God.
in exile in America. I also have shot off guns. I think they're great fun. But
I've actually never.
you haven't. We may need to change that in the future. Well, there's
boy.
another Englishman who went to an American gun range. He was once described by a certain car program presenter as a blithering idiot. And by others, he's given the moniker Captain Slow. Yes, my dear friends, my dear nobles, James May went to an American gun range.
Boy.
Hello viewers, there's been a little bit of a disagreement between me and Lucy Brown, who's currently on camera, because we're about to film a little promotional piece for James Gin American Mustard, which we're reintroducing. And that meant
yes, it's
coming
got
to a
gin
burger
now.
place where we're going to have a burger. Now Lucy Brown, because she doesn't like cheese, refuses to have a cheeseburger, which to me is absurd. How can you have an American burger without cheese on it? But then Lucy Brown is annoyed with me
True,
because I
really?
won't say those words she likes at the end of the video. You know the one. It's a bit of an
Like,
impasse.
comment,
so we
and
decided to
subscribe.
sort it out.
Smash that notification bell to help me with the algorithm, chat.
The American way.
The algorithm gods satiate their hunger before it consumes us all.
Oh my God.
I've shot a handgun once and that was 10 years ago. I have no memory of it. I was a child.
You'll be alright. You're still a child anyway.
You'll be all right.
My
He
glasses all
said.
Muzzle control, finger up there. Hold it for the kickback. Stance. Yeah, safety is on. I'm scared to take it off if I'm honest. Okay, safety's coming
You'll
off.
be all right. It's not going to explode in your
Safety
hand,
is
girl.
off.
Just be
I'm
careful.
worried it's going to have a big kickback.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Oh my god, it did.
That wasn't bad at all.
My glasses are all foggy. So I had to go higher and to the
Oh,
right.
stop your complaining. Just shoot the bloody gun.
I don't know where that went. I could barely hold on to it. Like, I feel like I'm going to, like, get it thrown in my face.
Well, you don't hold it hard enough, you will.
Oh, I'm shaking. So the gun's
You're
shaking.
You're fine. You're fine. See, there you go.
Oh my god.
You got it. See, there
Safety
you go.
on.
If you're too scared to even hold the damn gun, you're not going to be able to hold
That
it
was
tight enough to keep it from
terrifying. Look at, I'm
smacking
so hot and everything that my glasses have fogged up. I feel like this trip has turned in. It was James meets
I feel like
Fever and
it's
signs and
I feel
sells
like
gin, and
this
it's all
was
fun.
wrecked.
And I feel like it's turned.
So both would grab the gun and just the full time.
Oh, yeah, I'd be rapid
So
fire.
just having fun.
I've played Call of Duty. I've played Mill Sims. I've gotten plenty of practice in. I know what I'm doing.
to terrify
Russell, how about you?
Lucy.
I've served.
Yeah, he knows better than anyone.
I've served. I've shot pistols. I've shot. They are not assault rifles, everyone. They are not. They are arm-light rifles.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to God, if anyone calls an AR-15 an assault rifle, they're going to get a swift boot in the rear, Red Foreman style.
I mean, all it does is prove that the person doesn't know what they're talking about if they use
My foot kicking your ass.
Exactly. You're going to get this freedom flying foot in your freedom fleeing ass.
Ah, brilliant. Valeron, what about you?
What about me?
Have you shot off a gun before? Did you
I
like
myself
it?
own a Smith & Wesson P90 Shield. That was the first gun that I got
Oh,
when I turned
lovely.
18, and I've shot various guns from my dad's collection.
Beautiful. I knew there
Damn,
was
am I
something we
the
liked about
person
you.
that's never shot a gun?
I guess so. Resort, you're still here, aren't you? You've shot off weapons before, haven't you?
Yes, for years actually. I was pretty young when I started mine.
Yeah.
Like the first time I actually shot a gun was when I was 7 years old. Not gonna go into too much detail on for what I needed to do all that for, but yes, I specialize in a lot of them between the pistols, snipers.
Mm-hmm.
Fun times.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm the only one who's never shot a gun. Okay.
Okay, we got to change that.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jokingly say I guess I'm not a real American.
You'll get there.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Oh god.
Shoot some guns, and after shooting, have a bit of some tequila. Happiness.
Yeah. Tequila, followed by In-N-Out, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, some In-N-Out does actually sound good, I'm not gonna lie. I wish we had In-N-Out down here.
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
I've had it before. It's alright, but...
Yeah, like, it's better than what we got here. Like, we just got a Dutch Bros.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like within the last month and a half, we've got a Dutch Bros coffee, and it has been swarmed. Starbucks, the 4 of them that are in my town, have been their lines have been cut.
They're not having a good time.
Fuck them.
Yeah. Yeah. Not that they deserve to have a good time. I'll teach them to charge $5 for a cup of coffee.
Right, let's have a look at the old scoreboard.
Oh, relax.
Fairly decent
I got
shot.
10. I got 2 10s.
Good shot, Brew.
So I got 10, 20, 29, 37, 44 out of 50.
Not bad.
Don't think I'm
Not
built
bad
for this.
overall. No, that's a good shot, Brew.
About right?
Maybe a little bit further back? No? Tiny smidge? Oh,
You
there we
are
go.
crazy if you're gonna do it further back.
It's... I didn't even aim really, I think. I just mainly focused on trying to not fly out of my hand.
Look, I'm not trying to get excuses here, but I did break my wrist twice. Is that going to...
I'll try not to break it again.
Oh yeah, he's got it.
Oh, he knows
Shot
that
groups are definitely a little worse.
I've dropped the mag.
Oh.
You dropped the mag. You sure it's
dropped
in the
the
dark?
mag.
It's on the black bit on the shelf.
How did Captain Clumsy do?
What is your grouping, sir?
So how did you
9, 15, 22, 28.
I mean...
So, absolute rubbish.
33.
28 out of...
Yes!
Rubbish on a
33 out of
the
50.
rest of the...
Okay, go on then.
But all but one of
I can't
those
believe
shots
I
would
did
still
better
hit
than
a
this.
body part.
Amazing.
And he's going again.
Continuing
He's going again.
and counting the score, but
Yeah, like did
maybe
he
I'm good at this.
Purposely fuck it up.
Maybe
to
found
build
something
up
I'm
more
good at.
confidence or something.
So I think this is the last round, yeah?
Possibly.
So then we've done 10 bullets each overall.
You got 5.
Thank you.
I'll say.
God.
Firing a pistol is
So now she got it. Now she's getting it.
I did so much worse.
but firing a
Oh,
308,
no. Oh, look at that. Tight
308 is so
grouping.
much more fun.
I think I shut my eyes. What sort of coffee do you want when you lose?
Have I got to have a coffee as well?
Yeah.
And say,
Yeah.
you know what?
Say like, comment, subscribe.
Gotta
Yeah.
say, you know what?
Can I get you a really pretentious coffee?
But what about a flat white, which is what film crews always?
It's not. We're in America. We need like a giant sugary.
Giant sugary confectionery treat. Yes.
I've never seen you eat cheese and burger.
Oh my God.
Cheeseburger. One yet? Yeah, you haven't one. Concentrate, mate.
I don't know, though. It looks like he's in the lead with 24.
You're so nonchalant.
Yeah, just firing a pistol.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to take a moment to tell you about today's
Sponsor
which
time.
is, of course, James Gin. James Gin is a delicious drink. James Gin is a delicious drink made with exciting botanicals from all around England and indeed the world. You can look at the link in the description to find out how you can buy some and enjoy it.
What is this shit?
Now, back to the video.
Get out of here, dude.
Oh, promising. Oh, I think I've got this in the.
You still might work.
Let's see what we got.
Should we count it out where it's a bit quieter outside? Quite a cute little basket that you can carry your fire with.
What? Again?
Domestic
Yeah,
cleaning
exactly.
equipment.
Like a little caddy for cleaners.
Right, let's have a look at the old scoreboards. Mine's not very good, so I've got 9, 17, 24, plus 14, 34, 38, another 38,
Oh,
what's that,
my.
45, 51, 61. I think it's
61. I think I might have. Let's see what I've got. 30.
Yes.
Oh.
39.
Yeah, she had such a better chalk room.
Plus 27. You've already won. That's annoying. I really wanted to see you eat cheese, so I've got to...
You've got to have a coffee and you've got to say...
I'm not saying it now. Hello,
saying
viewers.
The following day.
Recovered from my defeat at the
I'm
hands
not
of Lucy
saying it
Brown
now.
in the gun battle. But by losing, it means I now have to have a coffee and say those words. So you join me on the terrace of Starbucks just off Atlantic Avenue, right next door to Yogurtland, with its attractive terrace and its evocative babbling brook. And any second now, Lucy Brown is going to appear with the coffee that she's bought me. I don't know what it's going to be. I know that I'm not going to like it because I just don't
Sir, can you
like
stop saying
coffee.
coffee?
I have a coffee for you.
It looks so sad.
Do you know what it is?
Looks so
It's got ice
defeated.
cubes.
Yes. I thought as we're in California, you could have an iced one. And it's a special spring special they've just released. I thought you could try it.
What's in it? Apart from coffee.
It is a lavender oat milk latte.
Oh,
God,
oh,
that
it
sounds pretentious and Californian.
It sounds.
Can I take the lid off?
Yeah, you can have it out the little hole.
No, that feels like being a baby.
Okay.
It does.
It sounds
It's
overly
the
pretentious and
infantilization
trying
of
to-
culture.
Yeah. Oh. I can feel it.
Good.
Yep, there
What
it
the
is.
actual is that?
No, not good.
No, because it's like coffee. I can't stand it. It tastes of mud. Try it.
It's quite nice. The lavender goes quite nicely with the coffee.
Of course she would say that.
Oh, I've got to drink all
Wow.
this.
Yep, and you've got to say the magic words.
Oh, it'd be so.
Straight down the barrel. If you're very
Right down the hatch,
enthusiastic with the
mate.
call
Come
to
on.
actions, I'll let you off.
Yeah,
Finish
down the
it.
hatch.
Chug it.
Hey, he's a good sport.
Like, comment, subscribe.
And
What? Buy my gin.
Buy my gin.
well done.
Oh, my
He
gin.
died a little bit on the inside having to say all that.
I hate you. I'm very fond of you, Lucy Brown. I would protect you to the death. But
Brother's just like, oh, come on.
change.
In this moment, he hates her with every fiber of his being.
Oh, my God.
I feel
Oh. All right. We'll drop that in chat for everybody else to go check out. That was a few months ago.
Oh, my fucking God.
Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have to choose from? Aye. Let's see, do we want to do retro tech? Do we want to do some more Japan travel? What do we think?
I would flip a coin if I had one.
I got one. Hold on. Hold on, wallet. Yeah.
Okay. No, let's mix it up. Let's do retro tech.
Retro tech? Alright. So, set this one up. This is actually a really cool bit of tech. Came out in the early 80s, back when they were still trying to figure out digital audio. And back when digital audio could still be stored on analog media. Of course, it still can be today. But, yeah. Don't know how many of you remember VHS tapes. But,
I haven't seen those.
yeah, it's been a hot minute since anyone's used those for anything. But for a very brief period in the 1980s, they were more than just an option for home video. They were actually a medium of storage for digital audio. And that was from the bright minds at Panasonic. This is an old one from Techmoan. Don't know if anybody subscribes to his channel, but it's really good. And whenever he comes across some retro tech, you're in for a bit of a treat. So, let's check this out. This is the Technics SVP100 digital audio on VHS tapes in 1981.
Behind me here sits an incredibly rare piece of hi-fi technology. This is the SVP100 from Technics. It's the first integrated digital audio cassette recorder, and it records that audio onto standard VHS tapes. The remarkable thing about this is that it came out in spring 1981. That's before the compact disc, a full year and a half before the compact disc in Japan, and
That's
about
incredible.
2 years before the CD came out in the rest of the world. So before you could go in a shop and buy a digital recording on a disc, you could make your own at home on a VHS tape.
That's really quite cool.
When this made its way to the market in 1981, it was a product that was aimed at the hi-fi enthusiast. This brochure shows it as part of a system that's been assembled from other Technics components.
I mean, Technics, to give you some historical context, back in the day, that was one of the high-end brands. If you wanted a home stereo system, you went for Technics, whether it was their speakers, but especially their turntables and their direct drive turntables. They were the gold standard for really, really good turntables.
Important to note here that the only digital music device is that SVP100. The first CD player from Technics would launch a year later. Helpfully, they've itemised the prices of the components shown in this suggested system, and you can see at the bottom here that the whole set, including the cabinet, comes to 1,584,000 yen. So to get a rough idea what that would be today, we put it into a Japanese inflation calculator, which brings it up to over 2 million yen, and then convert that figure into sterling. That shows that it's around £16,000 in today's money, or in US dollars, it's getting on for 20,000. So as you can see, they were.
That's what 20 grand got you back in the day.
Holy crap.
That was a fortune even back then.
Holy shit.
A person who might want to spend that kind of money on their hi-fi. But importantly, as you can see in this article from 1981, whilst Mr. Abata from Technics was showing the press a prototype of a CD mechanism, he was also showing a fully functional SVP-100. It's
It almost seems like something to sort of tide you over until the CD player was released.
clear that Technics believed at the time that these two pieces of tech would complement one another, a tape recorder and a disc player. After all, that's what most people already had in their hi-fi with the record player and cassette deck, so this was just a digital upgrade for the 1980s. Right, let me show you around the machine a bit more. So this whole thing is built like a tank. Well, of course, there's no turret and gun on it, and actually not much like a tank, but you know what I mean. It's very solid. Everything that isn't transparent is pretty much made out of metal, and that includes all the buttons and switch gear. Now, around the back, it's a bit...
That's when you know it's high-end, when they don't bother with plastics and things start to get made out of metal, of course. This was the 80s, and they still knew how to build things with quality back then.
Plain, just like a normal cassette deck in many respects. We've got a RCA stereo line level in and out. To the right of those are digital in and out, and a few other switches that are held in their most commonly used positions. You've got to remove a piece of plastic if you want to change those. Going back around the front of the machine, we've got a digital tape counter, and we've got the stereo level meters. Now, those can show a peak indicator, which is helpful to let you know the loudest part of a recording. Now, that peak can be reset at any time or switched off, and the stereo level controls allow fine adjustment of the recording level. The transport controls would be familiar to anyone who'd used a tape recorder before. They're feather touch though, and the currently active button is highlighted with an LED. On the front left, next to the headphone output, is a socket that's covered up. That's for an optional wired remote control. While over on the right, we've got...
No infrared, just a wired remote. Which for a lot of electronics, even back in the early 80s... that was a wireless remote was still kind of a rare find. And
left and right microphone inputs, but above those, this whole section really is dominated by this large fader knob. And when this fader's active, it illuminates an LED. That's so you don't accidentally leave it engaged when you don't want to. And of course, again, it's all metal, and it's got a really nice feel and a smooth movement to it. So yeah, you can operate all the basic controls of this machine in the same way previously you would have operated a reel-to-reel tape recorder or a compact cassette, but I'm going to cover a few more of its unique features later on. This is a...
I'm kind of obsessed with the grip on that fader knob. The way it's just been so lovingly machined. It's like carved out of a gigantic lump of aluminium or something. I love it.
A very impressive device in a number of ways. First off, just think about the processing that's required to do real-time digital to analog or analog to digital conversion, depending upon whether it's playing or recording. And then consider the fact that this was demonstrated, a fully functional prototype, at a Japanese hi-fi show in 1980. So the technology that's in here is either from 1980, more like mostly 1979, probably cutting-edge stuff for the time. And then consider what your home computer was capable of doing in 1980, how much processing power that had. So to be able to get the amount of power needed to do DAAD conversion in a box this size, very impressive. Now, I say box this size, it's a chunky fella, this. This weighs 21 kilograms, 46 pounds. It's a heavy piece of hi-fi equipment, but you might think the fact that this uses VHS tapes is kind of amusing. You know, why didn't they use something smaller, all that kind of stuff. VHS had only been out 4 years by the time this thing was being demonstrated. It was the best cassette for this company to use, because this is Technics. They're part of the Matsushita group of companies. They're on the VHS side of the format war with Sony and its Betamax on the other side. So that's why they're using this. But there was nothing really better to use. There was nothing smaller at the time that they could have used. And I don't think even if they got a smaller cassette, they'd be able to make this thing any smaller. It's full of cards at the back. I mean, the cassette mechanism's not taking up all that much of the case. I think if you had a smaller cassette, the box would probably still end up being the same size. We'll have a look at it later. A quick look. I'm not going to take the whole thing apart for obvious reasons. One thing I want to mention also, the look of this, very futuristic for when it came out. When it was shown at that Japanese show, it was in a silver finish, and of course that was the hi-fi.
Even today, it still looks like something on the cutting edge. I'm going to have to pause here for a bit, chat. Dinner's on, so grab a quick bite. I will be right back. I'm going to leave Discord audio up, so, I don't know, you'll feel free to talk amongst yourselves or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, we'll be back after these commercial messages.
Exactly.
Really, Resort? Really?
Yeah.
Come on, I don't the soundboard.
Just because you're here doesn't mean that you are safe in any way, shape, or form. I will still do my signature methods.
Sir. Sir. Sir.
Yeah, no mercy.
Ow. Sometimes I try to have fun with the soundboard. What was that?
That would be this, but only one of them.
What the?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But welcome to life. Welcome to liberty.
Yes, you have a frying pan.
It's all right. Why? Because I'm.
Oh my god.
Welcome to life.
Google
That's my-
Ducky.
Yep, that's my mentality.
Oh, it is 7 o'clock, so I will be departing for now.
Alright.
So you all have a wonderful... Yes, it is night. Have a wonderful night. My brain is haphazardly rebooting. By that I mean I'm gonna be getting food.
This guy.
I gotta make sure my brain ain't gonna short circuit from lack of food. Cause you know.
Kind of like this?
Yeah. Headaches suck.
You want some painful headaches? Go drink. That's what you'll get. That.
Like whenever I get headaches, there's a chance of it becoming a migraine, and then because of my disposition, My migraines last for a couple days. I don't want that.
Oof.
Yeah. Like, my genetics make it to where migraines suck, but I am still 35 with a full head of hair. Yeah. It make sense.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. That's the genetic lottery for you. Oh yeah, talk to y'all later.
All right. There you go.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
The name is Bond. James Bond.
All right, I return.
Welcome back.
Yeah. It's like Rosso had to depart.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Rosso, if you're still in chat, thanks for dropping by. Right. Let's keep going with the Techmoan video here.
Over the choice of the 70s, but we're moving into the 80s. Move to this dark finish. Really, this is kind of demonstrating the look of things to come. It's really quite ahead of its time. In fact, if we just take a look at some video recorders that were around about this time, you'll see what I mean. How this thing really does look like something from the future.
Yeah. A lot of things in the 70s definitely had that silvery chrome type finish, wood accents. And then further on into the 80s, you got everything just went black.
Find some photos of 1980 or 81 video recorders. I went looking back through the various catalogues that have been uploaded on a variety of websites. It's hard to believe that when Technics were showing everyone their SVP 100, you could buy a brand new television in the US that looked like this. Oh, and this was the sole video recorder in the Sears 1980 catalogue. Over in the UK, we had the Ferguson Video Star. They sold a load of those things. Now, this catalogue, this one was listed online as being from 1980, but I think it's more likely it's 1979, based on the piano key controls on the front of these machines.
Yeah, that was
those were
thing.
Disappearing by 1980, although lots of people were still buying machines like this around that time. By comparison, Sony's 1980 machine had touch controls, but we're still very much in the era of top loaders with wired remotes. Some of the more...
Yeah, growing up, we were so used to the sort of front-loading VHS players, but they didn't start out that way. Most of them started out as top loaders instead. You had a little thing that popped up on top of the VCR, and that's what you slid the tape in, and you just pop it back down and hit play.
Futuristic looking models around this time were coming from Panasonic, which isn't surprising because it's the same company as Technics. So I'd imagine that the mechanism in the SVP 100 would share much in common with one of these. But I don't know if you've noticed, every model of video recorder I've shown featured a mechanical tape counter. Now that definitely would have looked out of place on that futuristic Technics machine. It's interesting to see that a lot of the design cues from the SVP 100 were then carried through a couple of years later to Technics' first CD player. That's the SLP-10, which was introduced in 1982. There's a strong family resemblance. Now, Technics had to develop quite a few technologies to enable a mechanism designed for video to work better as one for audio. But that'll mean when you put a video cassette in a machine, say from 1980, it's not very accurate about where it starts and stops. You press play and you might be a couple of seconds on before the image comes on the screen, things like that. Well, that was no good for audio tape. This has got a load of additional solenoids in here, mechanisms to manipulate the tape around so that it starts and stops at the same point. So you press play. The tape, of course.
The type of audiophile that would have bought something like this in the early 80s would have been quite particular about that sort of thing. So it makes sense that they would sort of add that in as a feature.
Gets pulled out of the cassette, wrapped around the head. It's a helical scan head, just like in your home machines for video. But when you press stop, you can hear all these things kicking in, all these actuators and stuff, getting the tape back to the point that you press stop, so that next time you press play, it carries on from that point. It's not like a few seconds later. I'd imagine quite a few of the technologies that are developed for this went on to go back into video recorders when we got more accurate ones later in the 80s, especially ones designed for editing and things like that. They also developed a few little technologies to enable you to find your way around the tape. Of course, at the time they were saying that the recording time was 2 hours because that was the length of VHS tape that was available in the NTSC format. But still, if you've got recordings on a 2-hour tape, you want to be able to find them. So they've got a few little buttons and features here that enable you to do that. So I'll give you a bit of a demonstration as to how all that works. The majority of this functionality revolves around these 3 paddle switches. The one on the right is momentary, while the other 2 hold their position until they're deactivated. Now, looking at the photos of the 1980 demonstrations, you can see that Technics were making quite a bit of this feature, with blown up images being shown above the machine. To show how they work, I'll record off my digital music player. It's connected up to the line inputs on the back of the recorder. So pressing the record button brings on the record monitor. This is how you can adjust the levels before even putting the tape into pause. But once you're happy, it's the usual procedure of pressing record and play to engage record pause, and then take off the pause when you want to start recording. You'll notice that the search mark indicator is flashing. It does this for just over a minute whenever you start a new recording. That shows that it's laying down an index mark alongside the audio. You can also manually add one of these marks at any point by pressing that button. The brochure mentions that the digital audio is recorded in the space on the tape that would normally store video, and the index marks, those are stored in the space that would normally record audio. Anyway, I'll just fade this track out.
It's much like old analog film. Back when Hollywood was still using film for a lot of the movie and television productions. There's a space for the image itself, and then off to the side you've got optical tracks for the sound. Both the music, the dialogue, everything else. And sometimes that's 1 or 2 optical tracks, and then as time went on, they started adding in all these things for digital audio and surround sound audio and whatnot. Jedi, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and we are reacting to some retro tech. The early stages of digital audio before there was even CDs, so it's going back quite a ways. How was your stream, Jedi? How you doing? Let's get you some shout-outs. You're playing Jump King. I'm told that's the hot game these days, even though it's been out for a while. A lot of people getting back into Jump King. How far were you able to play a multitude of games? Okay, so not just Jump King, other things as well. Well, sounds like you had a fun time. You need to do some after-stream care. Get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink. Totally understand. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the raid.
And then press stop. To find the start of this track, I'm pressing search and rewind. If I'd wanted to find a next index mark on a track, of course I could have pressed search and fast forward. It's just like a picture search on a normal video recorder. It's scanning at 8 times speed, in this case in reverse, until it senses the start of the index mark and then it engages play. By the way, this whole tape mechanism is direct drive and quartz locked. Now the jump mark, well, that's a useful feature if you'd recorded, say, a radio programme and you wanted to skip past the advertisements or a waffling DJ. Next time you play back the tape, it'll skip whatever section you've marked, and of course it'll do that at 8 times speed, just like
Waffling DJ. I resemble that remark.
Like the search before. Now, if you want to clear any of these index or jump marks, well, you've got to play the tape again, but engage the clear button, and these will be erased in real time as the tape's played through. There's one other quicker way to get to a particular point.
Takes some skill to operate this machine. I mean, I remember having to dub tapes even back in my radio days, and even then we either did not have or did not use anywhere near this level of features. This is quite advanced. This is almost like prosumer level equipment.
Point on a tape, it involves engaging the location.
Yeah.
Really surprised.
No, and Technics excelled at that sort of prosumer grade type equipment. A cassette tape player looks like it takes a VHS tape. Yeah. No, this was released about a year before the compact disc came out, and it was the first real foray into digital audio. The digital audio was printed on a VHS tape, and yeah, this was the medium it was using, was VHS instead of a compact cassette, like so many people were used to.
Button that's under the counter. That memorises the counter number that was being displayed at that point, and that number can be recalled with the button on the right and then searched back to at full fast forward or rewind speed. So it's not like a picture search, it's just rewinding the tape until it hits that number. Now, if play had been engaged during the search, it would automatically start playing too when the point was reached. Finally, like a lot of tape recorders, it has a timer record button. This will activate the recording function whenever the device is powered on via an external audio timer. So with this product, Technics...
That audio timer looked like one of those ancient retro alarm clocks from the 50s or the 60s.
Were ushering in a new era. The magazine reviews of the SVP100 were extremely positive. Many of the tools they'd used, though, to review tape recorders for years were rendered useless by a digital recorder. With a machine like this, there's no tape hiss and there's no wow and flutter. In addition to these benefits, though, Technics mentioned that recording on this device was going to be more economical than using reel-to-reel tape. So with the SVP100, Technics had a trailblazing machine with great reviews and excellent sound quality. It seemed like the era of digital PCM recording in the home had arrived.
And then the CD player came along and blew everything out of the water.
So why wasn't this successful? Well, it's a simple matter of it being expensive and there being insufficient demand. I mean, it didn't really make much sense to even well-heeled hi-fi enthusiasts at the time. When this came out, remember, a year and a bit before compact disc, so the best things that you could record onto this, the best sound quality, well, what have you got? You got reel-to-reel tape, compact cassette, you got your LPs, FM radio, all of those, in theory, specs-wise, should probably sound worse than this. So you're doing this a disservice. You're putting lower quality audio onto a higher quality device. In fact, the hi-fi magazines at the time they were reviewing this mentioned this fact and said to give this a proper workout, they recorded audio through the microphones on here. You know, live audio. They got a group of musicians together so they could really see how good this was at replaying audio. I suppose this might have made more sense if you could have bought pre-recorded albums on digital tape. Those might have been an idea, although there was a bit of a problem with that in that, remember, this is really early for VHS, and videotape was really quite expensive. Now, I mentioned that 1981 was early days for VHS, and it seems a bit odd to say that when it came out in 1976, but just to hammer that point home, Radio Shack didn't list any blank videotapes in their catalogue until 1983. But fortunately, Billboard magazine had a feature on blank tape back in 1981, so that's where I was able to get these prices from. The best-selling TDK blank audio cassette in Japan at that point in 1981 was the TDK AD60. That cost the equivalent in US dollars, $2.40. The same length of TDK's most popular videotape at this time cost the equivalent of $17. Now that's $50 in today's money with inflation. The problem with recording an album onto a videotape, as well as the price of the blank tape, was also the fact it was all done in real time. That's why movies and things cost so much. So it's likely a pre-recorded PCM album would cost a very similar amount to something like this. But any possibility...
A 1981 VHS music video of Tom Jones, Sir Tom Jones, performing live in Las Vegas, cost $59.95 back then, or in today's money, roughly $179.
Oh.
Incredible how expensive these things were starting out. And then... Certainly...
Luxury items.
Yeah. Starting out, yeah. And then we got to the point where you're kind of a peasant if you still had just your VHS player and you didn't have like a DVD player or something like that. Because there was that brief stint where it's like, oh, what are you doing watching VHS tapes like a brokey when you could have this fancy Laserdisc player like us Richie Rich types. Don't know if anybody remembers Laserdisc. No? Nobody?
I think I'm a little young for that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how old I am.
I did use a VCR all the way up until 2012, though.
Oh. Yeah. Sounds about... I think that's about the time when VCR started dying out and they stopped making stuff on VHS.
Yeah, I just stopped using the VCR because it kept eating the VHS tapes.
Yeah. Yeah, after a while, mechanism would just fail.
Of pre-recorded digital music tapes quickly evaporated in 1982 once CD entered the scene. Pressing a CD was a heck of a lot cheaper than dubbing a tape. Okay, I'd just like to give you a bit of a brief potted history of digital PCM, pulse code modulation, starting at the beginning, getting up to the point when this came out, of course only jumping through and pointing out some of the highlights. So invented in the 1930s in the US by Bell Laboratories. However, that patent was tied up, sealed really, till 1976 because that technology had been used to encrypt phone lines that went from London to the Pentagon at the end of World War II. So
that's why we were stuck with vinyl records, reel-to-reel tapes, and compact cassettes for the longest time. Because PCM digital audio was state secrets.
That's when it was invented, but you can kind of put that to one side, really, because this story more starts.
Yes. Including the internet, which was, for the longest time, military access only.
Wasn't it intranet at that point?
Yeah, it was mostly just different computers from different military laboratories and bases just talking to each other.
Mm.
And that was it. That was the internet back then.
That's in the late 60s, when we've got the big broadcasters, the BBC in the UK and NHK in Japan, both working on technologies involving digital PCM. The BBC were looking at ways of using it to transmit video and audio from a remote location, and over in Japan, NHK were looking at ways to create a digital PCM recorder, and they did. They came up with one that was a big old box of stuff using a broadcast quality videotape recorder. I think it had like 2-inch wide tape on it. They then leased this out, and a company that got it from them was Columbia Nippon, who we more commonly refer to as Denon, although it's a group of companies that includes Denon on the electronics manufacture side, but also record labels as well. So,
to their credit, NHK is still, to this day, working on advances in video and audio technology. I think the most recent breakthroughs they've had is not just experiments with 8K levels broadcasting, but going as high as 16K.
Isn't that a little excessive?
I mean, it is, but also that's kind of the point for their labs, to sort of stretch the limits to see just how far they can take things, just how high can they go with high def.
True enough.
they got this piece of equipment from NHK to study it, to have a look at it, see how it worked, take it all apart, probably put it back together again, and then they came up with their own, and then they very quickly came up with a revised version of that, a more compact one, still used commercial videotape recorder equipment to store the audio, but they called this the Denon DN023R. It was compact enough to be transported to various locations to record performances, and indeed some of the recordings that they made in that period were released as early as 1972.
Right to Rough and Elegance. J. Inagaki, the Grand Spaceship Orchestra, arranged by H. Suzuki. Oh, interesting.
On vinyl record. The quality, it just shows, was good enough at that point to release on a record. So let's move to 1977. That's when Sony brought out the PCM-1. This is a standalone processor. So this doesn't include any videotape recorder. It's just the processor. You had to connect it up to a video cassette recorder, either a Betamax or a U-matic. Now, again, Sony weren't really too happy with this early edition and were quickly updating it, but this was a 13-bit machine, a sampling rate of 44.056 kilohertz. That 13-bit, though, they use 3-line quantization, which brought it up to 14-bit. So really it was a 14-bit machine. Now, at the same time, in Japan, the Electronics Industry Association of Japan, the EIAJ, got a group of companies together because they wanted to become world leaders in the field of home digital recording. And they got them to agree on a standard. Now, ideally, they said that 16-bit would be the best system, but it was very expensive and they weren't sure that anyone will be able to produce this on a consumer level. So,
you know, as long as I can remember, it's always been 16-bit is the standard for PCM sound. I know that was the big thing that was marketed when the Sega CD came out. It was one of the first real forays into putting video games on a CD-ROM, and one of the big advantages, you could have CD quality sound, you know, like full orchestral sound if you wanted it. And secret with a lot of Sega CDs, you could actually put them into a standard CD player, and once you get past the first track, everything else is just all music. I always thought that was rather cool.
they came up with two standards. There was 16-bit for professional use, but 14-bit for the home. The reason that they separated those two out, I've got some prices here. I think these are from 1978. At this point, Sony had come out with the PCM 100, a much better machine. That was 14-bit though, and that cost $15,000 US, you know, the equivalent of in yen. They had a 16-bit machine as well, Sony, the PCM 1600. That cost $40,000. So 16-bit, 40,000. 14-bit, 15,000. So you can see
that back then that was like high-end Mercedes, Rolls-Royce type money. That's incredible.
Massive difference
between
between
many people making that much money to be like, man, just got all this money sitting around. What should I spend it on?
You had to be in the music or radio or television broadcasting business, or you just had to be loaded back then. And even then, we're talking about pre-internet days. Not a lot of people would know this sort of thing exists. So you also had to be a bit of an industry insider to know that these things even existed before you could possibly get your hands on them.
But also, just consider that this comes out in 1981, $3,000. That's a massive drop. And remember that those Sony machines, those were processors. You had to stick your own video recorder on top of that. So this is an all-in-one device, $3,000. So yeah, expensive at the time, but a massive drop from what had come out earlier. But yeah, this adheres to that EIAJ standard, which was decided upon in the late 70s. So it's 14-bit is 44.056 kilohertz. But yeah, 14-bit as opposed to 16-bit for CD. But truthfully, to my ears, this 14-bit machine, I don't feel like I'm missing anything. I was imagining there'd be some kind of harshness to it, or a metallic edge or something a little bit odd about it. But no, to me, this 14-bit one, it sounds perfect.
I guess the other 2 bits are just sort of imperceptible to a lot of ears.
I guess.
Okay, I promised that we'd have a quick look inside, but don't get your hopes up too much, because without
let's take a
engaging
look
in
at
a
the guts of this
potentially
thing.
damaging disassembly, there's very little you can see in here due to it being so densely packed together.
It's almost like a rack mount server inside.
It's really just a sandwich of boards with a cassette mechanism at the front and a power supply section at one end. You can also make out the 2 large solenoids that are on top of the cassette mechanism. The service manual explains what all those boards are. You can always pause to have a read at that, but the best look at the main board comes from the brochure, and on there you can see that that's dominated by a few very large chips. At the time, a couple of these were amongst the most advanced large-scale integration semiconductors yet produced. But that's really all that I can show you. It's a heavy box packed with loads of stuff, and it's a bit of a miracle that it all still works. When you've got a new product category like this, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to know who your true customers are. I mean, Technics were aiming this at hi-fi enthusiasts, well-heeled hi-fi enthusiasts.
Well-heeled, loaded hi-fi enthusiasts. I mean, $3,000 even back then. That was a fortune.
But on the other side of the fence, we've got Sony with their range of PCM processors. They were aiming those at musicians, people with home recording studios. And it seems that that approach was the right one at the time. They sold a load of those things, particularly PCM F1, which was a portable device that could be used with a portable Betamax recorder. I'll show you one of those in a future episode. But they sold a load of those things. And as far as these things go, well, I don't think they sold very many of them at all. It was only on the market for a couple of years before it disappeared. Now, you might have noticed the digital input and output on the back of here. They just look like the standard ones you might get on, say, a mini disc for recording digital audio from a CD player, or perhaps on the back of a CD player for sending off to an external DAC or something like that. You might not have given them a second thought. We're so used to seeing them nowadays. It's not something you'd really notice particularly. But then you've got to consider when this came out. The CD player wasn't on the market. You couldn't connect the input up to any digital device. And then what comes out of the output? Where does that go? What are you supposed to use that for? Well, trying to figure all that out led me down an interesting rat hole. So the first thing I tried to do was to record a CD over that coax connector. My DVD player's got a coax digital output, and of course I plugged that into the input on the back of here. I also connected up the stereo line level outputs as well, and a button on the front of the machine switches between the two. Now, while the line level was coming through fine, the digital, unsurprisingly, wasn't recognised by the recorder. So I just assumed it was some kind of different standard. So I took a look at the brochures to see what they suggested the digital socket should be used for. Now, this 1981 setup that preceded the CD doesn't show them connected to anything. And unfortunately, the 1982 brochure that did include a CD doesn't show a wiring diagram.
So it's a connector, but you can't really connect it to anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
It's like they had a product in mind and then they scrapped it. So you just got this product they've released with a feature that does nothing.
Possibly. I mean, it happened. It wasn't too uncommon, even back then. But, yeah. Strange little mystery there.
However, I do have a Japanese instruction sheet with mine, and that shows something curious. The first suggestion on here is to connect two of these machines together to make digital dubs. Well, that, of course, makes sense. But then we move on to 2, 3, and 4, and those show that you can link the digital in and out from the SVP100 to an NV9600. Now, that's a U-matic video recorder, which is a bit odd because that's a big old chunky machine with no digital capabilities. It also shows the digital out from the SVP100 being connected to the video in on that recorder. So that means that it's sending a video signal out of some sort. And of course, remember from earlier how the index signals are stored in the audio portion and the digital audio is in the video section of the tape. Well, that means that we should be able to see the digital audio. So let's find out. So I connected the socket labeled digital out on the back of the Technics to a composite input on a monitor and got this nice sharp black and white signal. So let's see what happens when the audio starts.
Like a videotape version of an optical track on film.
So there you go, that's what the audio looks like as a video. However, things took a bit of a turn for the weird when I played that tape back in a normal video recorder. Now, I expected to see the same video and hear the index tone that was recorded on the audio.
Someone would do for what?
An ARG.
I don't think I know what that is.
Basically when like different puzzles and clues are put into these videos.
Yeah.
Like Game Theory used to cover a lot of them. I don't remember what it stands for though. My brain is not working properly right now. Hold on.
Ah, that's all right. I think I get the basic idea. It's almost like sort of the basic plot point behind what, The Ring or something, where they had that cursed VHS tape.
Not quite. It stands for Alternate Reality Game, an interactive narrative experience that uses the real world as a platform to deliver a story through multiple media formats such as websites, social media, videos, audio files, and real world tasks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think there was a game called The Majestic or something like that that was very similar. Ended support a long time ago, but it was kind of cool the way it was described.
Video section of the tape, and you can hear that, and it sounds like a very quick woodpecker. But oddly, that's not all you can hear. Yeah, that's a distorted version of the music, and that won't be digital audio. For some reason, the music has seeped through to the analog audio track as well. Now, just to see if that had anything to do with the hi-fi capabilities of this particular video recorder, I tried the tape again in a non-hi-fi VHS machine, but the weird audio track remained. Presumably the fact there's an analogue audio track of sorts is a remnant of reusing existing video recorder circuitry, but it was still a bit of a surprise. So yeah.
Sort of leads you to wonder, is it genuine digital audio then?
It kind of makes sense being labelled digital because you're sending the digital audio from one device to another, but you're sending it as composite video. Really, it's a composite video output, although a modified one. I think it's just black and white, very sharp, designed for sending that digital data as cleanly and efficiently as possible from one device to another without any dropouts or interference. Of course, you can't play a normal videotape in here. It doesn't do anything at all. It's just designed for showing the data and sending it from one device to another. So if the data's not there in the video section of the tape, it just doesn't show anything. But yes, it's a video output and a video input for linking two of these devices together so you can do perfect digital dubs. I'm sure seeing a VHS tape in a video talking about hi-fi would prompt a lot of people to think of VHS hi-fi, the addition to the VHS spec that came along in 1984. Over the years, a lot of people have suggested this to me as a topic that I should cover in a video. I've never really thought that it would warrant a full video though, so let's cover it off here. So yeah, very high quality audio, almost up to CD quality at times. It was not a digital system though, it used frequency modulation, but apparently I don't think it really mattered whether you recorded in long play or standard play, the quality was roughly the same, and therefore it was ideal for time shifting audio off radio programs, for example, which a lot of people have suggested to me as to that's what they used it for. They connect their video recorder up to their hi-fi and they'd use the built-in timer to record programs when they weren't there, and of course you can record a lot longer in one go unbroken on a videotape than you can on a compact cassette. The specs, I'll just talk about those because it's an analog system, so different to this, and of course it came along a few years later. Frequency response of VHS hi-fi, 20 Hz up to 20 kHz, whereas this goes from 20 kHz at the top, the same, but at the bottom end goes down to 2 Hz. Signal.
Okay, starting to get off into the weeds with this one, but I think we get the idea. So, giving that a like.
Very niche.
Yeah, super niche. Like, so niche, it's little wonder it only lasted a few years. And supplanted by superior tech with the CD player.
As you do.
Right, there's another tab cleared out. So, sticking with the whole theme of retro, let's take a look at a Sukiyaki travel video. This is a $55 retro hotel in Tokyo's Ueno district with a nostalgic vibe and deep local food. It's the Hotel Santagas. Start from Ueno Station, Hirakoji Exit Plaza. So this may have been filmed close to Christmas time. Oh, it's got one of those 3D adverts. Pandas at Ueno Zoo will be making their departure soon. Oh no, that's actually street crossing indicators, and it's a directional sound. It's sort of
I figured it was mechanical, but just like the pitch and the pacing of it sounded like a bird.
Yeah, that's actually to help people who are blind to cross the street. They use a highly directionalized form of sound projection with those chirps to let people who are blind know sort of the boundaries of the zebra crossing and whenever it's safe to cross the street.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah. By the way, there was a recent thing that pandas are no longer endangered. Interesting.
Oh, really?
So we can eat them now.
No, I don't think that's what that means.
Not that you would want to. I don't think... yeah, panda meat doesn't exactly sound... Doesn't sound like the most delectable dish. Hey, that's good. There was concerns that There was concerns that they were going extinct just because they're a bit on the fat and lazy side. Just getting them to mate is almost a Herculean effort at times.
I think there's a very small window that they can't, too, which doesn't help.
Yes. Here's our hotel, $55 a night, £42, 8,600 yen. This hotel has been around for 70 years, and it definitely shows with that old sign there. A lot of nostalgic Showa-era retro atmosphere with this one.
Does look like there's some kind of renovation going on out there.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh yeah, definitely filmed around Christmas time.
I don't know what gives you that impression.
Stepping into the lobby, red carpet makes it look like a movie set from the Showa era. Which, for those of you who don't know, that is the era from about the 1920s or 30s up to the late 1980s. You get free coffee and tea, there's a water dispenser, microwave. Cozy little place to relax. And here's the front desk. It has a vintage key box in the back. Check in at 3, check out at noon. Oh, a noon checkout. That is nice. An amenity bar. Grab ourselves a body towel and a toothbrush. We need that. Guest elevator located near the front desk. Ah, here we are.
Wait, if you go to check out, do y'all have to file out there? Like...
I think so. I don't know.
Seems like it could get crowded fast.
Possibly, yeah. Let's see. Variety of different, looks like teas, vitamin C drink, spring water, black coffee. Yeah, Cameron points out they're sold at regular prices rather than the expensive hotel markup. And looking at these prices, yeah, he's right. 100 yen for a bottle of water? I like this place already. They don't try to upcharge you on the vending machines. Let's see, our room's at the very end of the hall here. $311. Old style long acrylic tag. And still using mechanical keys too. That's that is old school. Let me turn on the lights and here's the room. .5 square meters to work with here. Compact, but doesn't look or feel cramped. Pink curtains are definitely Showa era. Let's see, we've got mini fridge, desk, television set. Place is kept spotless though, that's good. Free Wi-Fi available. Notes are placed in sanitary bags. You can even watch YouTube or Prime Video or Hulu and Netflix. And the aircon comes with its own remote. Tissue box. It is compact, cools well. see, free breakfast, 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. At that price, that is actually a really good deal. Oh, and there's also a sauna. Guests can use it at a discount. 90 minutes, 3,000 yen. Oh, and there's an electric kettle, too. Room light switch near the bed. Nothing fancy, but it's there.
If you hit 9 on the phone, you can reach the front desk. That's what the little tag said, essentially.
Oh, is it?
Just as front, and then 9.
See, I would never have known that. Number one, I can't read Japanese, but also, first instinct is to press 0. So, out of frustration, I probably would have just ended up walking down there. Let's see, fabric refresher spray, 3 hangers, fairly standard kit. And you get slippers.
Naturally. Yeah, I saw the emergency exit there.
Let's see, flip a switch, and here's our unit bath. Toilet and sink fit rather compactly in the space. Retrofitted with a latest and greatest Toto washlet. That's good. Yeah, that is small.
I feel like even a tiny Japanese person would be cramped in that tub.
Yeah, maybe. I know I would feel really claustrophobic with that. Let's see, there's our tub.
The optimist, our cameraman.
Yeah. Pressure's good. Oh, and you just rotate the faucet to the tub if you want to take a bath. Well, there's the room check. Time for dinner. Corner rooms, it's going to be a bit of a hike. Oh, it's a lovely chandelier. That sofa and those chairs, I like them.
Just a flesh wound.
Yeah, I was just thinking how incredibly like fancy the front entrance is.
Yeah.
When you get in the room.
Well, this is sort of basic. Thank you for the redeem, Angel Rose. Time to explore the streets of Wano at night. I was wondering what that does, and you found out. Here we are, Warakon Hanare Okachimachi. 6-minute walk from the hotel. There's vibrant fish dishes and a savory duck sero soba. If you like duck, this is the soba for you. Let's go inside.
I've never had duck, but I'll try almost anything once.
It's not too bad. I've had Peking duck before. It's alright. Menu includes duck sero, hot duck, and green onion soba. Also tempura soba. Also many different kinds of local sake. Can be a bit hard to choose. Lovely delicate patterns on the dishes. Quite charming. Original chopsticks engraved with the shop's name. The style raises one's expectations. You've got a somewhat open kitchen there. You can see people hard at work. The interior has a classic Japanese vibe, relaxing, nostalgic air filling the place. Condiments are served first. You've got these lovely white green onions. Oh, my Twitch is working now. Oh, excellent. And here's our soba. The Camo Sero duck dipping noodles. Big green onions and some duck meat in there. It does. Ah, there's the duck meat, which aroma stimulates the appetite. And we ordered 2 tiers of handmade soba. So we enjoyed plenty of noodles. Oh, and you can enjoy it with the green onions. Right, cut the chopsticks in half. In these deeply cold nights recently, our cameraman has been longing for some warm soba dipping sauce. Dip the soba into the rich soup the umami of the duck has melted in. The thick, juicy duck, the chewy soba. Blissful combination, all of it. This exquisite balance of dashi stock, duck umami, and everything else. And then we finished off with some sobayu, or hot buckwheat water. Mix it with the sobayu, the taste becomes very mellow. Enjoy the umami of the duck, the very last drop. After fully enjoying the quack quack meat, we leave the restaurant. Overall, a satisfying night. Now we head back to our hotel, soaking in that afterglow of the night. JR Okachimachi Station, just a short walk from the restaurant. One station distance in Tokyo, that's quite close. It's easy to walk between 1 or 2 stations most of the time. And from here, you can go to the Amioka shopping street. All the big sightseeing spots on the way now. There it is. You've got Don Quixote off to the left. Very different vibe at night here compared to the daytime. It's more like a drinking alley. Perfect if you want to do a pub crawl of some kind. Lots of tourists going in and out all the time too. Tables lined out outside create this sort of open space. Enjoy the drinks, enjoy the hustle and bustle. Lots of street food like kebab, bubble tea. And then we pass through Amiyoko and here's Ueno Station. Also get to Ueno Park from this road. And there for a little night garden stroll. All the trees in the park are lit up. And we're going to have to... Yeah, almost. This Christmas market is held in Ueno Park until Christmas Day. keeping it muted because I don't want a copyright strike.
Right. They're like, yeah, it's pretty, but all we play is All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Let's see. It's like a temple or shrine of some sort, but it is closed at night. This is Hanazono Inari Shrine. So I'll have to wait till tomorrow. Right, back to the hotel. We'll change into our pajamas and get ready for bed. It's fairly standard one-piece gown type. Right, time for sleep. Good night. And through the magic of television, it's morning. Oh yeah, the lacy bits, that's definitely... That's Showa aesthetics. Right, cameraman's always hungry, so... Time to go to the breakfast venue. It is near the entrance of the first floor lobby. Breakfast is free. Incredible value for what you're paying for this hotel, which is not a lot. Breakfast served as a buffet style. We start with some potato salad. Lots of Western style options here. Eggs, bacon, some bread. Even get a hot coffee for free. This honestly reminds me, the lobby, the restaurant itself, very much like those old Showa-era cafes that have started to become a bit of a popular thing amongst both locals and tourists.
Yeah, I was definitely getting cafe vibes.
That's a good spread. Fairly well balanced meal. Yeah, Kisaten, that's what I was thinking of. I did put it into the subtitles here. Feels like you've travelled back in time. Join the Clean Plate Club. Oh, I love that cup. Right. Leaving the breakfast venue. We get ready, and we get checked out. Hotel Sun Targus. So the next time you're in Tokyo, chat, you want some retro vibes? Try the Hotel Sun Targus. Honestly, next time I go to Japan, I might stay here. Just the vibes alone, I'd go for that. Let's see, shop selling hot mulled wine, hot chocolate, stew and bread bowls. Usual Christmas market fare. Honestly, same, yeah. Let's see, we've got Hawaiian Santa there. Santa holding a bell. Santa holding a beer. It's claustrophobic, I might get, so as I have severe claustrophobia. Yeah, that unit bath, that... I don't think you'd have a very good time with that angel. Let's see, this is Kiyomizu Kanendo. You just missed that part. Construction model after the Kiyomizu Dera Temple in Kyoto. There was an attempt in the Edo period to create Kyoto's terrain here. And this is the result. Usual steps, purify your hands here before worshipping. It almost looks like it's jumping out of the rock. Lots of votive tablets. It's known as a power spot with various blessings said to be brought. Inside the Kanendo here. Right up to the stage, feels quite high. You actually overlook all of Ueno Park. This is the stage imagining Kiyomizu Dera in Kyoto. A bit miniature compared to the one in Kyoto, but similar atmosphere. Lovely trees too. Here's the main hall. Oh yes. Let's see, worship and get a Goshen stamp here. Oh, that's nice. It's a lovely design. Goshen of the principal image, the 1,000-armed cannon, a powerful and wonderful stamp. The stage again. Something unusual catches the cameraman's eye. A magnificent tall pine tree, but the branch is growing in a circle loop. This is what's known as the moon pine, depicting the famous ukiyo-e by Hiroshige Utagawa, said to be created by the skills of a gardener. Standard to worship the Bentendo of Shinabazu Pond through this circle. Rather stylish way to pray. Yes. Takes lots of skill and even more time. The cameraman is right. Peak autumn foliage season. This place just looks like something out of a dream. Vast green space of 53 hectares. A nice little oasis to get away from the noise and hustle and bustle of the city. Next destination is Hanazeno Inari Shrine. That was the one we saw last night that was locked up. Hanazeno Inari Shrine is known as a shrine that protects food, clothing, and shelter. And it's a matchmaking shrine. Precincts have a path line with torii gates. Also resembles the atmosphere of the Fushimi Inari Shrine in Kyoto. It's smaller, but there's fewer people. So, good for taking your time, taking a few more photos. Fuyugumi was one of the groups of town firefighters in the Edo period in charge of fire protection in the Ueno district. And in Oi shrines, many torii gates are dedicated in gratitude for wishes coming through or realized, praying for wishes to pass through. With prayers for wishes and feelings of gratitude in one's heart, we walk quietly through the torii path. It's also known as the site of the last fierce battle of the Ueno War in 1868, the Battle of Ana Inari Gate. And here's the main hall. A very dignified appearance. Makes one feel part of the long storied history. Makes one feel refreshed as though their heart were washed. Shrine has a famous white-feathered Edo amulet, popular for aiming for good matches. Our Cameron prayed to be blessed with good connections. And beyond the torii gates, you can overlook the cityscape of Tokyo itself. You're in the middle of the city where you can feel silence enough to forget all that hustle and bustle. A little urban oasis of sorts. And here's the Go Shuin, an autumn version of Japanese pampas grass designs. The air is clear in autumn and winter, so the scenery looks beautiful. Highly recommended season to stroll through Ueno Park. The main hall itself is 100 years old, so it's got quite the history. Rare for it to remain so long in the center of Tokyo. I know. These are ginkgo trees, chat. All the ones that you see with the lovely yellow colors of the leaves. Jazz xylophone, I like it. Oh, and we've got an antique market.
Yeah, I think the cameraman's down there sometime in November. I was trying to read the little card thing that they had.
Yeah. That sounds about right. I would probably end up spending all day in this antique market. Sort of things you'll never find at Book Off or Hobby Off or places like that. Even though Japan has incredible second-hand shops, this is not quite the same as open market antiquing. Let's see, we keep going here and we arrive at Shinobazu Pond. This looks like a festival, but it's not. Yes. Let's see. There's where we were earlier. Was upon Benton go. Purify the body and mind with this incense smoke. Sort of wave it onto your head. distinctive god with a human head and a snake body. Said to be effective for increasing financial luck.
That white-haired beard is a snakehead?
Maybe? I don't know. Looks like the embodiment of a fever dream to me.
I don't know, the vibe goes pretty hard.
Yeah. Let's see, this shrine is believed to bring up benefits for academic achievement. Sure, you got plenty of students praying for good grades.
Helps if they study more.
Of course. Magnificent lantern. Oh, that lantern's actually folded in half.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about.
It's a big one, though. It makes sense.
I'd probably still hit my head.
Maybe. It is a land of 5-foot-tall people, after all. Oh, that's 3 shrines visited in one video. Down on 5'1". Nah, you'll be alright.
Yeah, being a half elf, I'm 5'8".
Alright. There's the link in chat for everybody. Let's see. Right, nearly 6 hours, chat. And since I will be with you tomorrow for streaming, I think we're going to go on ahead and call it here for the night. And we will pick back up tomorrow. It'll be part 2. So those of you who can join as part of the community, please feel free to do so. Oh, we're ending. Yes, but we will pick it back up tomorrow, probably around the same time, between noon, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, thank you, Pyonli. Thank you. And with that, we need to find someone to raid, and I think I've got someone in mind. Oh, thank you for the applause, Pyonli. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Ah, I've got someone here. Let us set up a raid on Twitch. Silent Bell. It's actually her birthday celebration.
Oh, happy
and
birthday to her.
Yeah. Well, she's going to be doing a handcam stream where she builds a Lego bonsai tree. Well, sounds like fun.
Yeah.
And then, let's see. I think we'll go ahead and just sign off on Kick and YouTube. Oh yeah, let's all go say hello to Silent Bell. Let's set that up there. And grab some copy pasta for everybody.
I like pasta.
There we go. Still be lurking and drawing. Fair enough. Right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Especially to all of you in VC with me as well. Thank you all so much. Feel free to join again tomorrow if you like. And, yeah. Take care, everybody. Have yourselves a lovely evening. And I will see you all tomorrow. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.